As Adventure Vlogs here, feel free to subscribe to me and call the Lifeline support everyone who thinks bad negative thoughts. Don't forget, guys, hit the bell icon to all videos so you guys will be notified and posted when I do post brand new videos. Bangers videos, that means a lot of videos. And hit the thumbs up button to let YouTube know I've got good content algorithm. Leave a comment down and I'll get back to you guys. And spread the word out, please, 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 about Ellee'S Adventure Vlogs YouTube channel. Let's get me worldwide out there on the YouTube world, because I'm a genuine guy. And I'm going to stick to the YouTube rules and regulations, everyone. As well, the StreamYard link is up above. So if you guys want to come up on the panel, welcome to. Tonight is all about the St. George Illawarra Dragons versus the Penrith Panthers in the National Rugby League. Welcome 3 men in the house as well. Just waiting for people to come in and to come on my panel. Hey Eva Ports, you're welcome to come up on my channel. You want to, my friend? How are you today? You're welcome to come on my panel, Dr. Z Smith or Eva Ports. Thank you, Eva Ports. Spider 27, what's going on? My friend. Hi, Evan Spider from Dr. Z Smith in the house. With today's game, I'll tell you the Dragons side first, the lineup, and then the Panthers. Ins for the Dragons, Ben Hunt and Jaden Sewer. Out for the Dragons is Jack Bird. The backs, Tyrone Sorrell, fullback, winger, centre, Matt Fearguy, Moses Suli from Medley. Centre, Zach Lomax and Michael Ravlava, winger, 5'8". Talatu Amon, Ben Hunt, half-back forwards, Francis Molo, Jacob Ritter, prop and hooker. Prop second row, 10 and 11 and 12. Michael Molo, Billy Burns, Jaden Sewer. Lock for the Dragons, Jack Dublin. Interchange, Jaden Sullivan, Ben Murdoch Masali, Jaden Hunt. Interchange, Jaden Hunt, Josh Kerr, interchange. Reserves, replacement, Moses Mbai and Toby Crunch. Now I'm going to say the Panther side. In for the Panthers, Isaac Targo, Jack Kogo, Spencer Leona, Jamin Solomon and Luke Garner, Dalen Edwards, Sunia Turuva, Tyrone Peachy, Stephen Brian Tour, Jeremy Lawyer, Nathan Cleary, captain, Moses Latia, prop, halfback, 5'8", winger, centre, winger, fullback, 5'8", yeah, Jeremy Louis and Moses Louis, Mitch Kenny, James Fisher, Scott Sorensen, Zach Hosking, Isaac Yeo, second row prop. Interchange for the Panthers, Sony Luke, interchange, Lindsay Smith, interchange. Liam Martin, interchange, 16, yeah, 24, Spencer Leona. Jack Cogger reserves, Isaac Target reserve. And the match officials, Chris Sutton, referee. Wyatt Raymond, touch judge. Phil Henderson, touch judge. Senior official Chris Butler for this game. Starts 6:15. And for the sports bet, $1.15 for Panthers to win. And $5.50 Dragons win. Dragons are 17th on the bottom of the ladder. The wooden spooners, I like to call them. Panthers are second on the ladder in the rugby league for this year. Everybody. Mega. Love, shout out to our host. Thank you, Eva. Come back to the TTC community. I will one day when it's all clean, Spider 27. No more garbage people. Wow, a few from this guy's origin. Yep. Chris Sutton is a good referee. That's good. Dr. Z. Smith, you're welcome to come up on the panel if you want to. You're welcome to come up on the panel, everyone, on the chat if you want to. The StreamYard link is pinned up above in my live stream. Hey, Uncle Mum.
G'day, mate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is that you, Peter?
This is Dr. Z here.
Dr. Z. How are you, Dr. Z?
Good, buddy.
I hope the Dragons win tonight because I don't want to be depressed and, sad.
Well, I don't think they will, mate.
Because
I was born in Penrith, and
yeah,
so sitting up here in Darwin at the moment, I've got to go for
Panthers.
the birth city. So
Yeah,
yep. Not only that, they sound quite a strong team.
yeah. Dragons, their board needs the sacking. The NRL needs to step in and get rid of our board. And for the Dragons, they are a disgrace and they are so disgusting. I have to say it. The whole YouTube community for the Dragons board.
Well, on that note, I've got to ask you, what are your thoughts about the State of Origin last Wednesday night?
I told you before in the past, Dr. C. Smith, we need in the forward big, big bodies, and in the middle, big bodies for the Blues. No one listens to me. That's the only way you're going to tire the Queensland out.
I must admit,
Okay.
New South Wales started off very strong, but the first try within the minute mark was just so soft. Oh my God, It was like a 12-year-old game. It was slow motion, so soft. Where were they? Where were their defence? And mind you, I'm biased here because I'm going for Queensland.
Mm-hmm.
But I must admit, towards the end of the game, I thought New South Wales has got this. No two ways about it. And then out of the blue, just a couple of mistakes. I think that, in my opinion,
change the game around.
Did they drop the ball? They got big-headed. They got big-headed. And in their opinion, we're going to win this game. We're going to win this game. And then whammo, not one, but 2 tries.
And Queensland came back.
Queensland deserved that. Yep, and they deserved it. They deserved that win.
Yep.
It was entertaining. It was a very entertaining game, I must admit.
Because with the coach of the Blues, we're not going to win. When we have a coach who's going to get us very good players, that's when we're going to beat them around all the time.
Yeah. And yet the Queensland contingent, they're so tight. Like their camp is so tight. It's a massive brotherhood, They're all brothers.
Yep.
And they put all their differences aside and they play together as a team.
Yep, that's what we need to do. We need to play the brotherhood and as a team for the Blues.
Well, exactly. With New South Wales mob, I can't say that the camp was happy, but look, they started off very strong. 10-minute mark, soft try. They got the better over Queensland. Yep, they've definitely got this in the bag. And the last, 10 minutes, they just, I think they got big-headed.
Yep.
And Queensland has a history, as you know, Ellie. They always come back. Always come back. Just like Manly.
Yep.
Right at the dying seconds, they come back.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think the next game, I believe, is in Queensland. So
Queensland are going to win that.
Yeah,
I have to say it. I have to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
it hurts as an East fan. So many years, Queensland.
Well, you also got to look at, like, the crew has that much respect for Billy Slater. It's not funny, as coach. Because he's one of them. He's one of the boys. He's been there. He's done that. They just love him, and he's a decent fellow as far as I'm concerned. He's genuine.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone, they work hard, they play hard for an end result.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of the Blues coach? Is he a genuine person?
What's your thoughts?
Freddie Fittler, whatever his name is. Brad Fittler. We need someone who's going to go to a very good place for the Blues and like a brotherhood. That's what the Blues need. A tight community.
Look, he was a brilliant player in his day.
Yeah.
I liked him. He was great. I thought he was an excellent player.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's happened. I think there's a bit of opinions in the camp.
Mm-hmm. Do you think there needs to be some changes for the Blues for game 2?
Not going to win unless everyone's on. This is what we are. This is who we represent. This is what we've got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Julie. How are you, my friend? How are you today?
So it hasn't the game.
6:15. My time. The game begins. This game, round 14.
Righto. So what's that, another hour? Is it?
Not very long. An hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'm good. Give me a second, Julie. Come back. I'll give you a blue jacket. They call it. But how's saying about the Sydney Swans, Dr. Z Smith? You reckon I will see them win trophies in my time? Premierships, they call them?
Last time I spoke to you, I was telling my wife about this. Oh, you met Bronwyn. And, Jesus, brother. As you know, I'm not a big follower of AFL, but you're kind of pushing me into it a little bit here. And
exactly.
Well,
it's a good game.
I still laugh about. I don't know if you remember the comedian. His name's Cole Elliott, and many years ago, I think more so in the early '80s, he put out a comedy CD. It was live, of course.
Yeah.
That he's using the voice of a new immigrant to Australia, being a WOG. And he's scouting. Oh yeah, I got on to the Melbourne MCG or whatever. I see this game, and these are white people in a white coat, and these are people that go out there and they see the main fella. He got the whistle, Anyway, they must have pissed him off because the fella with the whistle ball and he slammed it on the ground. That's the referee or umpire.
Yeah. And please, everyone in the chat, share me out to all your community people.
Anyway, and throughout Kyle Elliott's performance, it was, hey, mate, you kick the ball to me, mate. You kick it to me. And then he kicks it to some bloke, and I don't want it. And then he kick it to someone else. And so, yeah, Kyle Elliott, mate, you're going to have to look it up and have a listen. You'll get a bloody good laugh, brother.
Yeah. Because with the house saying of Dr. Smith, with the Sydney Swans, I waited 11, 12 years of hurt, pain, torment, and sadness.
Mm.
It's a long time to wait as a diehard Sydney Swans fan.
Mate, I commend loyalty to the club. That's bloody awesome, brother.
Yep, it is. Do you watch the NBL sometimes, Dr. Z. Smith?
NBL, no, I don't, but the boys do.
Yeah, because I want to explain it to you, Dr. Z. Smith. With me, I've waited for the Ellee'Coco to win a second trophy for the NBL championship, they call it. 3 years of hurt and pain torment, and Sanders without two. I've waited a long time. Very long time. Very long time.
Before I come on,
What'd you say, Dr. Smith?
I don't know why. Yes, I was mucking around with some mates in the US the other day.
Yeah, cool.
I'll just quickly go back.
I'm still here, guys. I will play another Marvel Cuphead one. So I did that one. Tick, tick, tick. I'll do the 9 later. Same for the game, Panthers and Dragons, everybody. For the National Rugby League. Yeah. Yeah, wait for you guys to come in. So what are you people up to tonight or today? And thank you for the 6 thumbs up. I do really appreciate that. Just waiting for someone to come up on the panel. It's for Marvel Cuphead. Yeah, put that over here. Yep. Were you Marvel Cuphead? Bluebird Stadium, Penrith. It's on K and Foxtel. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Y2. Hey James,
Hello.
how are you, my friends?
Guess what? All of my mate,
What?
I'm good, but all of my mates basically go for Penrith. You've been kidding. Did you hear what I said? All my mates go for Penrith.
Yeah. Even my friend, he goes to Penrith. He loves
Yep,
it.
Yeah, you would hope for an up. I know you guys are hoping for an upset win for sure, aren't you?
An upset. Yeah. James? Yeah. Where's Theo? He got off. I don't know why. Weird. Adrian will stay on, hopefully. That's what Adrian comes up. Hey, Mother Cuphead. See, I'm playing a video. 9-hour video, my friends. Welcome, Marvel Cuphead. Welcome. StreamYard is up above you and come up, Marvel Cuphead. It's up to you. Please, Marvel Cuphead. You should play video games with me. Yeah. I want to get a better desktop computer, to be honest, Marvel Cuphead. StreamYard link is up above everyone if you want to come up. Someone come up. You see the Grinch out the air. Christmas. Yep. Hey, Dr. C. Smith.
Hey, mate, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. Do I need to turn my volume down for the game? For the video?
No, it's perfect. It's perfect, mate.
Okay. Good. Golden. What do you think as well, Dr. Z. Smith, of my YouTube videos? You like them?
To be honest, I haven't really had a big look. I have had a look, and so far, yes, I do like what you said.
Good. That's good. It's just I'm been working now with my uncle in rendering, Dr.
Good,
Z.
that's
Smith. I'm going,
honest.
yeah. I'm going to finish with my uncle from rendering. Once that's done, Dr. Z. Smith, when I finish rendering my uncle, I want to go back to putting more videos on my channel. Lots of videos. Lots.
Oh, good
Lots of
stuff.
videos, yeah. Exactly.
Good. Good to hear, brother.
Yep.
And how's Wollongong beat the mate? Jeez, it must be bloody cold down there.
Good. Yeah, 16 degrees now. Thinking my book up head. Yeah, 16 now.
Too straight.
Yeah, it is. I did invite lots of people to speak on my panel, but no, only you came up. Only you came up. No other people. No one to go until the game begins. Dr. Z. Smith, game. No long now. Dr. Z. Smith. I'm not too long. Yeah, I'm going to put just this one. Andrew the Grey, Andy.
Like my new beanie today,
Yeah.
big freeze, number 9, isn't it? We'll be on, isn't it? Woo, and that. How's the game going, Ellie?
Not yet. Start in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Horrible weather. Turned horrible now. I was at a festival this morning and this afternoon, but then it's all horrible weather outside, guys. So just got my beanie today, and all ragging up for winter, guys. Ready for next Monday. I'm gonna have the day off from work to watch the Melbourne Collingwood game, isn't it? Maybe I'll do that on my channel, Ellie. You can come off next Monday if you're free, innit? Melbourne Collingwood game, innit?
I Melbourne win.
Yeah, I know. We all agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, Hollywood, yuck.
Oh, who doesn't agree with that? Yeah. Owen, Mike, all Collingwood supporters. Chris S is a Collingwood supporter. Everyone's a Collingwood supporter out there at the moment.
Yeah.
I've seen these beanies for years, but I was like, don't worry about it. This year I've just got it just for it.
Yeah, very soon I'll have a couple when I get better. I want to watch first the Flash movie in the cinema, then that one. He'll come back up. He went, oops. Adrian, give me. He'll be back maybe.
Did I
Adrian,
cut
you
out
went,
or something? Did I cut out? I think I cut out, didn't I?
yeah, you went, oops. You got out.
Oops.
Did that idiot come back on Adrian last night?
Sorry?
Did that idiot come on your stream anymore last night or no?
Yeah, I just kept blocking his name. Don't worry about it, Ellie. It's just some idiot that's not just in my channel. He's everywhere, Ellie. So, yeah, if he comes here, let's give him the boots. What do you think, Ellie? If he comes here, let's get him out of here. What do you think, Ellie? That's the way to go, Ellie. Just give him the old heave ho, like the dockers say. The old heave ho, you know. Don't get upset with it. Just give him the old heave ho when there's some idiot in your chat. Don't get upset. That's what I've learnt from this YouTube. Just don't get upset and go the old heave ho act. That's how I say it, Ellie.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like it.
That's the way to do it, Ellie.
Yeah. How will the Swans go next year, Adrian Gibson and AFL? The Sydney Swans next year. This year's over for them.
Sorry?
How will the
Sydney Swans?
Yeah, next year for 2024 and 2025.
I think they'll be about top 4, top 6, Ellie, next year. What do you think, Ellie?
I'm happy with that. Really, I'm very happy with that.
2025, they might just make the 8, Ellie. What do you think?
I reckon, for me, as a diehard Sydney Swans fan, Adrian, 2025, I reckon it's top 4, maybe top 3, 2 or 1 in 2025.
That's right. Yep.
We need to get some redemption.
I know it's going to coordinate like that, though. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Who won in your wheel last night in the duck race?
Put your name. Yeah, he didn't win the prize in the end. I think it was Joyx won $1 and the duck race, and I just did a couple of races because of I just wanted to do a short. But if I do a longer one and give some more money out, you can be there, Ellie. I'll let you know, and we'll try and get you a prize, Ellie. What do you think, Ellie? We'll try and win you a prize. What do you think, Ellie?
Yeah, you can win.
Well, I'll just watch the channel, Ash, Ellie, and that'll be good.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going for a nice long walk. I've actually got a premiere I'm gonna fix up when I get home. If it's not too bad the weather, about a 30-minute video, but it all turned sour, the weather. I tried to do it, but I knew the clouds were coming and I had to stop the video because it was going to pour rain any minute. So that's all right. It was 30 minutes, about nearly 30 minutes. I'll do a premiere. I don't know, maybe tomorrow, Ellie. I might try and fix it up a bit, trim it a bit, and then I'll get it ready for tomorrow. Yeah. My walk, yeah. That was cool, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I like these beanies. I don't wear beanies all the time. I never really got it because Perth's not a really cold place, but it keeps you warm, doesn't it? A beanie in winter, and
Yeah.
Sorry, what's
the game
score, Ellie? What's the score, Ellie?
0-0. First half 0-0. Panthers 0.
So Dragons.
Yep, they're both same score now. 0-0. It just started.
Oh, the game's just started.
Yep.
Oh, cool. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. I'll keep checking the chat for you, Ellie. If somebody idiot or that person comes, I will boot him out of here, Ellie. Anything that starts with an M, Ellie, or with that sort of name, just boot him out. Ellie.
Hee-haw!
Yeehaw! Let's go. Hey, there's a bit of Richmond just won today. I heard Richmond just won today, and pretty close in the Essendon and North Melbourne game right now. It's 2 points of difference at halftime in that Essendon North Melbourne game right now. Yeah, I might watch a bit of that. Wait there, my phone on me. Wait there, I might watch a little bit of that, Ellie. While we're singing, I've got my charger on, so I might watch some of it while I'm singing.
Exactly.
I'm not going to go home just yet. I'm trying to let the storm maybe pass through a bit and rain, and then hopefully go. Sitting at about, I don't know, 5 o'clock or something, and I'll. You'll be on for a while, won't you, Ellie, tonight, won't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. Wednesday, then Buddha. When a gun done, feeling like Oh, you saw my video yesterday, didn't you, Ellie, of the beach, didn't you, Ellie? I thought that, didn't I?
Yeah. I might do another one at the beach. Maybe I might do another one maybe for Dad's birthday. Maybe new location. I'm gonna go new beach location for my father's 70th birthday.
Oh, nice. When's his birthday, Ellie?
August 9th.
Oh, nice. Yeah. We're going on holidays in September, aren't you, Ellie? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gun down. So he said there's a Perth Wildcats game in December and February in Wollongong, isn't that right, Ellie? December and February to organise, isn't it? Yeah, I'd like to get away by the end of the year, so that'd be cool to try and go to. If it's not before Christmas, it'd be trying to go February. Yeah, that'd be cool, isn't it? Next year, and
correct.
Wednesday, gun down. Buddha.
Yep.
I'm just seeing something. Wednesday, gun down. Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah.
Where's my KO? How good's KO? I got to. Oh shit! What happened to my phone? Gun down.
Come on, Dragons! Come on, Dragons!
Who won, Elliot? Did they score a goal?
No. Jeremy Leilua from the Panthers did a ruck infringement to the Dragons. So we get the ball now, the Dragons.
Yeah,
we get the ball. Penalty. Hee-haw. With the Essendon and North Melbourne Kangaroos game, Adrian. Kangaroos.
Oh, what's happening? I don't know the score. Wait there, I'm just checking the score now. What's the score? Essendon, North Melbourne. Wow, North Melbourne in front. We better watch that game, Ellie. Quick, let's watch that game, Ellie.
I'm watching that one. Take that. Chat restart.
Essendon, North Melbourne. I like a good old Essendon, North Melbourne stout. Stout. That's the game, isn't it?
Yep.
Where am I?
Oh, yeah. Woo!
Yeah, I got the game on here, Ellie. Look, here you go, Ellie. I got it on the screen here, Ellie. There you go. North and Essendon. Who got the next last goal? Well, North get the last goal. I mean, Essendon get the last goal then, yeah.
Bloody Kiwi! Come up on the pedal. Come on, halfway. Come on, halfway. Come up on the pedal.
Dude, tell him Ellie's adventures.
Come on, halfway. Come up on the pedal.
Dude, tell him. Hey, Mr. Halfwit in the house. What's happening? Mr. Halfwit, you like my beanie? Mr. Halfwit, big threes at number 9 this year. Number 9.
Thomas completes. Ridley collects.
Dum.
Yeah, Adrian, the Dragons did an error.
Sorry?
Oh, the Dragons just did an error, a mistake. I don't like that. We made a mistake. We dropped the ball.
Don't you hate that, Ellie?
Yep. Please, Halfway, come on, pedal. Come on, Halfway. I miss you, my friend, Halfway. Halfway.
No, and Essendon back in front, Ellie. No. You tell him, Ellie. You tell him.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Halfway.
You tell him, Ellie. You tell him.
Oh, thank you. Woohoo, Dragon Ball. Thank God. Come on, Halfway. Come up on the panel. I miss you.
Let's cheer that. Ellie, halfway.
Come on, Adrian. Halfway.
Whoa, Swinburne's been hit by the weather. Boom. What's the pin into the Western Australia? Gundam. There's a boon. Gundam. Spain, Bandam. Is it there?
Yes! Dragons 2! The climax.
What happened, Ellie? Let's see what happened, Ellie. What happened?
Listen, Adrian. Panthers shot made. Jack Lomax 2. Panthers 0. 8 minutes. Now,
So what's Dragons scored first, Ellie?
2 points. Field goal he did.
2 points.
Jack Lomax.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, now it's tied on in Melbourne 60-60.
Harvesting tomorrow. I just finished work, chilling out. Nice, sell it. Halfway. Nice one.
Yeah.
Nice
Bloody
one,
Kiwi.
mate.
Yeah, bloody Kiwi.
Bloody Kiwi. But you get your beanies, everyone in Australia. If you're watching this live stream or watch it later on, get your MND Big Freeze 9 beanies for this year's MND match.
Yep.
Yeah, I got mine at Coles today. Actually, that's my opposition that I'm work for worst. I had to get mine at Coles today, guys. We don't sell them at Woolworths. Gundam.
Yep.
What's happening here? Oh no! Goal to Essendon there, Ellie. Boo! So in this game, I get free KO for 2 months with my subscription right now, and in 2 months for free, and watching it for free, and which is good, and good,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
mm.
Yeah. It was a wonderful high 30 degrees so still. Halfway, come on in the panel halfway. Come on halfway.
He's scared. He's been here. Are you cold? Oh, the weather's coming in here in Perth. It's raining. It's got dark. There was a festival on. I was going to stay at the festival for a while, but the weather's come in, so yeah, I went there. I got there about 11:30, I think, or so, didn't I? The festival and stayed till about 2:30, and a nice walk along the foreshore, and it started pouring rain, so I had to come here where I am at the moment. So just waiting around for a while, and then I'll make trucks to go home, watch some of the footy here, and on my phone for a while. When they gun them, Buddha's a Buddha. Oh crap! North Melbourne's lost 2 players. That's why. That's why they're in the mix now. They've lost 2 players there, Ellie. Injury. He was wearing shorts and t-shirts. What the heck there? Halfwit. You don't feel the cold, do you? You're the hardest worker on the planet, aren't you, Halfwit? That's what you are. That's what you are, Halfwit. And I'll back in 1 sec.
Yeah. Yeah, Panthers just scored 4 to Panthers, 2 toss.
Oh, look, the rain coming. There you go.
Yeah, the Essendon are 67 points, Melbourne 60 points.
Ah, yes, I'm just watching it now, actually. Yeah, just got it on my phone. I've got my second phone. I was recording stuff today, so I'm using it at the moment. Sorry?
Panthers 6, Dragons 2 points.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Ah, yes. So the Dragons are 6 points.
Dragons 2, Panthers 6.
Oh, Dragons. Hey, North Melbourne scored a goal, Ellie. Go, North Melbourne. Woo!
Yeah.
Go.
Halfway, come on.
Get your shit up here, Mr. Halfway. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Come on, Halfway, come on.
Or proper football? What did you say, Mr. Halfwit? Mr. Halfwit. What did you say, Mr. Halfwit? When they Gundam, booties a booty and a boot. When they Gundam. Yeah, it sounds like there's going to be lots of heavy falls in Perth for the next 2 days. So, anyone that watches this that's in Perth, make sure to batten down the hatches here in Perth. Lots of rain coming in.
Yep.
When they Gundam. Gundam. Scores are level, Ellie. They scored our points in the. I read about the Richmond GWS game earlier. The last quarter went for over 38 minutes, Ellie, to win that game. Wow. That's such a long quarter. GWS Richmond game. Richmond were behind late in the game, I heard. And then Richmond hit the last 2 goals to win the game, yeah. Crazy stuff. Okay, come on, North Melbourne, kick a goal.
Yes! Rubber, Shaggy! Kick,
Oh, what was that, Ellie? He hit the post, Ellie, for North Melbourne, Ellie. Hey, Ellie, I've got some North Melbourne colours on my head, Ellie. Look, I'm going for North Melbourne with my beanie.
Yep.
Woo.
Yep. Panther 6, Dragon 6, kick to come for the Dragon.
Woo. Back again, must be peak period in Darwin of PCU. Oh wow, nice to meet you, Dr. Z Smith. You're in Darwin there. Cool, nice to meet you.
You remember Adrian Gibson in 8th of the 2016 year? No one thought Western Bulldogs were going to win that year. Everyone thought Swans going to win. You never know. Did everyone think Pies going to win? Swans could come back and they could win the grand final this year.
Who's that on?
Remember 2016 when everyone thought the Swans were going to win that year? But they didn't. It was the Western Bulldogs that won that year, the grand final. The Swans got robbed. That year, 2016.
Yeah, that was that final was interesting. I remember that grand final. That was interesting. Yeah. Right. Oh, shit. I'm getting pouring rain outside now. Yep. Don't want to go home yet, do I? Yep.
No.
That's just good. Nice to meet you, Dr. Z Smith. You must be used to all the heavy rain in your part of the world there. Up in Darwin there. The wet season. So Ellie, we get a public holiday here tomorrow, and you get a public holiday next Monday on the East Coast, and our public holiday is tomorrow here, WA Day in Perth, and
yeah, what public one gone?
Are you a Bulldog? Zed Smith, yeah, that was a bad loss last night. He kicked had a lot of misses last night in that game. I watched that one. Dry season, yeah, I know. It's wet season here. It's winter now. It's raining here now. And it's pouring rain right now. Cold front coming through Dr. Z Smith. And I don't know how I'm going to get home. I'm on the other side of the Swan River, and it's going to be a bumpy ride to get home on the ferry. It's only like a 10-minute ride, but it's going to be bumpy on the water, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, well. Bumpity, bumpity, bump, bump, bump. Bumpity, bum, 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 bumpity, bum, bum, bumpity, bum, bum, bumpity, bum, bum.
Essendon are winning. Boo, Essendon.
Oh, no, they kick a goal, Elliot. Oh, no. Yuck.
Yep.
Yuck,
Just
Elliot. Yuck.
Yep. Just like the boys.
Yeah, just like the Pies. That's right, Ellie. Yeah.
Yep.
Just like those damn Pies, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Pew, pew, pew.
Yep. And to the Panthers, Dragon 6. Kick the comp for Panthers.
What, Panthers are in front now?
Yep. Yuck.
Yeah, I agree. My dear. Come on, North Melbourne, get that ball. Come on, North Melbourne. Get that delay before 3/4 time. Let's go, North Melbourne. I've got North Melbourne beanie on today. Look.
Yep.
Does that make sense? Oh, damn it.
Yeah, October is when the NBL starts. October.
It was the 28th of September, yeah. And well, of September, and
Yeah.
wiggle, 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 wiggle.
That's the Thursday. Adrian,
Sorry?
that's a Thursday. That's a Thursday it starts, NBL.
Yes, I think that's right, yes.
It's,
You are right there, Ali.
yep. Video referee.
Alright, it's not here now. Ah, that's right, that'll be right.
Yes! Thank God, now it's 6-all. So no try.
Sorry?
Panthers, no try. Back to 6. 6-all. 6-all.
6-4 now.
Yep. No try. Woohoo! Come on, Dragons!
Some heavy rain out there now. Heavy rain. Let's try and get that 5 or 6 very soon. Oh no! Essendon kick another goal.
Yeah!
And Essendon kick another one after that one in 10 seconds, Ellie. Oh no, it's all over, Ellie. And that's the replay.
Yep. Where's the help?
It's a terrible thing to lose. It's a given. What a terrible thing to lose. Three-quarter time. Essendon by 11.
Penalty outside inside 10 minutes. Dragons have another penalty. That's good, thank God. 20 minutes now gone in the NRL. First half.
Now, how many gone? 20 minutes?
Yeah. 21 minutes now. Yeehaw!
Yes, we do the good old yeehaw.
Yes. 8 to the Dragons, 6 to Panthers. Jack Lomax scored 2 points. Woohoo.
Sorry?
Dragons 8, Panthers 6.
Not bad, not bad.
Yep.
I love you always forever. You see the kind everywhere. You do everything. I love it for you. I love you always forever. Being a fun. Woo!
Yep.
Beep, beep. I love you always forever.
Whoa, all this, yeah, it's raining for you, Adrian.
Yeah, it's winter time where I am, yeah.
Sunday raining, Monday raining, Tuesday raining, Thursday raining, Friday raining, Saturday raining, Sunday raining in Perth.
Yeah, that's a winter forecast, yeah. It's going to rain more heavy the next couple of days. It might only just drizzle a little bit for the next few days during the week, and then it might rain a bit more on the weekend. I'm not sure, so we'll see. We need to get our rain right now. This is like the month we get most of our rain anyway, June or July. So it needs to rain a lot now.
Exactly. And then that way, when summer comes, let it be a very hot out summertime coming.
I can come to Wollongong. It might be 25 degrees, and we can go to our Wildcats in Wollongong. Wildcats victory over Wollongong. Is that right, Ellie? I've seen it really loud when the only Wildcat supporter. They're going Wildcat, Wildcat.
And who's the majority? Hawks supporters.
Wildcat, Wildcat. Whoop, 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 whoop. And
Dragons. Hard for Panthers. Still raining over there now?
Yeah, I think I've got to get going pretty soon anyway, Ellie, so I might come back on your live stream when I get on the ferry to show. What do you think, Ellie? Show you the horrible weather shortly, and I'll stop the stream. I'll get back on StreamYard about 5 o'clock, Ellie. I'll put you on while I'm on the ferry. The rough seas of the ferry, Ellie. I'll show you. I'm just going to get home before it gets too horrible, so I'll catch you soon, guys. Bye-bye. I'll see you soon, Ellie. I'll come back up.
Yep. Interchange for the Dragons. Ben Murdoch Mustallion off. Michael Milo off for the Dragons now. Interchanged. They're changing now for the Panthers. Moses off. I'm still here, guys. Okay. We get the ball. 20 minutes gone now. 8 to the Dragons, 6 to Panthers. Our ball, Dragons ball. Everyone. Interchange most am I on off Jack Little for the Dragons. Interchange 2. The Dragons can get right now and get up this summer. California, good. Right. Fire up, Dragon Boys. Fire up. Dr. Smith, you're welcome to come on my panel if you want to. I'm just looking at the score. Dragons 8, Panthers 6. Kick bomb, Ben Hunt, Dragons. Let's see if we can do something useful now, Dragons. Players. Getting all in there, Dragon players. Come on. In Panthers try line, somehow, some way, if we can. Down. You're welcome to come on my panel if you want to, Dr. Z. Smith or anybody else. Come on, Dragons, can we get the ball back? And force Panthers to make an error, a mistake. If the Panthers can make an error, a mistake, somehow, some way, in God's will. Now on Spencer Lanier from Panthers, off James Fisher-Harris from Panthers. 31 minutes now gone, very too soon. Welcome 1 minute in the house. Panthers 6, Dragons 8. Somehow, somebody can the Dragons have the ball back? Oh, 80 now to Melbourne, North Melbourne. Come on, Dragons, can we make an error for the Panthers? Pressure on them, the Dragons. What's the place for this tonight, everybody? Yeah. Come on, Dragon. Stop him! Put him on the ground! We're crying out loud. Put him on the ground, Dragon. Please. Dragon, stop the Panthers. Please, Dragon, stop him. We want to have the ball back, Dragons. Let's be hungry for it. Ball back to us, Dragons. Players, team. Thank you. Should we send the bid to the Panthers? Yes! Dragons 12 kick the cover virus. Dragon! Yeehaw! Good God. I'm not putting on because he's naked. Ben from studio. I'm not going to put any on. Got it. Fuck off. I'm not going to pawn shit. Clean for the kids. It's true, God. Bombers go away. Yeah, bombers. Right, Max. Need a better kicker. Thank you, I'm in the house. Oxley Smith, come up on the panel. Boy, no. I think I should get another slot, maybe. Hours. Yeah, really learned media. Just murder the try. We need to stop Panthers, but how? We need Panthers to make an error, God. 10 to Panthers, kick the cum. You idiot. Dragons have no defense. So you really burn out the stuff her up. What is the score? Panthers 10, Dragons 12. First half, 40 minutes gone. 12 ball now. 12 ball. Dr. Z. Smith, you can come on my friend if you want to. Dr. Z. Smith, you're welcome to. Hi, TFF5. Next year in Thank you, I'm in the house. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Go Kangaroos! Woohoo! Whatever I'm on about to do. Eight. And now they're winning. Bombers, yuck. 12 now. Time. Seven. Should almost subscribe to my house. Oh. Come on, about North Melbourne Kangaroos. I wish the North Melbourne Kangaroos could come back. Welcome to the in the house. Second half underway now. In turn, Jacob leader off Moses Mbine. 12 41 minutes now, 42 minutes gone. Everybody in the chat, YouTube world. The StreamYard link is pinned up above if you guys want to come up on the panel. Don't tackle. I'm an idiot. Already gave to the Panthers. Let's see the dumbass. Doesn't think of the consequences. I'm actually an idiot. Hee-haw. We'll go to that game. Panthers 14, Dragons 12. Kick to calm. Now Panthers have the ball. Now 48-minute coming. Panthers putting Dragons 12. Only by 2 points they're winning. Panthers. $48-minute coming now. For 9 minutes now. Second half. And change Leonard Smith and Liam Martin off for Panthers. By everyone heading to bed. Okay, Marvel Cup. I'm going to continue playing your video. My friend. Can Dragons ever come back, God? Well, I wish the Dragons would come back, God, and win this game. In your will. The red and white. Panthers, Lindsay Smith on, Liam Martin off for the Panthers. 49.06, but now 50-minute mark. What can the Dragons do to come back? You're welcome, Marvel Cuphead. What can the Dragons do to force the Panthers to make an error? That's what the Dragon fans need. Panthers error, if it ever can happen, all the YouTube worlds. But now Panthers in the lead. We don't want that. We want to be in the lead. 50-minute mark now gone. Can Dragons make any change? We need some fresh legs for the Dragons. You 1 minute now, 52-minute mark coming up. Second half. Panthers 14, Dragons 12. You're welcome, Ellee'Coco, my friend. We just had to make an error. Penalty to the Panthers. Ben Murdoch Masala. We just given another try on the silver to the Panthers. Hey, Dragon players, fire up. Have solid defense, not weak garbage defense. I wish God the Panthers would make a mistake. My Heavenly Father in this game now. Yara, Basama. Yara. Panthers will make a mistake, I wish. I wish to God the Panthers will make an error. Just because in heaven, Yara. In your will they do. Yara. Error by Panthers if it ever happens, my Heavenly Father. Yara. Thank you, one in the house. I wish God the Panthers will make a mistake sooner or later with the ball cough it up in your will, my Heavenly Father. In change now, 5, Jaden Hunt on for the Dragons, off Ben Murdoch Masala, thank God. Thank you, one in the house. 53rd minute gone now. Zoom in. Mark, 53rd minute mark on now. I wish the Panthers would make an error, make a mistake, cop the ball up. The Panthers, God in heaven. Dragons need some kind of hope, my Heavenly Father. Minute mark coming up. Panthers 14, Dragons 12. With 4-minute mark coming up. Ah. $14 Dragons, 12. I wish the Dragons could come back. If Dragons ever get the ball back. Line dropout, now Dragons ball. Good. 6-minute mark coming up. Now Dragons have the ball. Let's see what we can do. I hope somehow Discord's and the Dragons can find a line break. My Heavenly Father, in your will, the Dragons somehow find a line break. Gap opens up from the Panthers, my Heavenly Father, very soon. In your will. Score, please. Yeah, 14 to Panthers, Dragons 12. Now Dragons have the ball. I don't know what's going on. I'll have to wait and see. Come up on the panel, Dr. Z, if you want to. Panthers 14, Dragons 12. Yep. Error. I hope Dragons get no chance to come back and win. I wish Panthers will make an error, God. Off Spencer Luna, Panthers. James Fisher Harris on, Spencer Luna off for the Panthers. In change 5 now. I wish my Heavenly Father, Panthers will make a mistake. In your will, my Heavenly Father, you're out. Panthers make an error. You're out. 58 minute coming up now, Mark. Time for the second half. Thank you for being in the house. Being here, welcome. I wish my Heavenly Father the Panthers would cough the ball up sooner or later. In your will, my Heavenly Father. I'm praying for the bottom of my heart and soul. Please God, let the Panthers cough the ball up. My Heavenly Father. The 9-minute mark time coming up now. The Dragons 14 to the Panthers. I wish the Panthers, my Heavenly Father, would make a mistake. In your will. Or the Dragons get intercept. If it ever happens, God, Dragons maybe get intercept ball. They steal the ball and get tried. Come on, Dragons. Can we do something to come back, Dragons? Come on. Please, Dragons. Put pressure on the Panthers. Thank you to him in the house. 60-minute mark coming up now. Panthers 18, Dragons 12. Kick the come to the Panthers. $18 to Panthers, 12 to Dragons. I wish Panthers missed this conversion, God. I wish God they would. You're right. 61-minute mark coming up now. Stupid Matt Fee guy. You had to do an error. Now it's going to be Panthers 20, Dragons 12. $62-minute mark now. Conversion missed, thank God. Now, Dragons, can we come back? Jack's gonna. Hey, how do you like that, brother? Not good. Hurts. $62-minute mark now. Please God help the Dragons out somehow, my Heavenly Father. 62-minute mark now, guys. In this game, Panthers and Dragons. The Panthers, can you make an error? I wish Panthers would make an error, God. I wish you will. 8 minutes ago, yep. I wish my Heavenly Father, the Panthers would make an error. Somehow, somewhere, I wish that Panthers would make an error. Baby summer. Come on, Dragons, do something magical, come back. Come up on the panel if you can, Dr. Z. Smith. 63rd minute coming up now. This game. Third minute now. 64 minute coming up. I don't know how the Dragons going to get the ball back. The Dragons need a miracle, to be honest, everyone in the YouTube world. $64 now coming up. $65 now. And we'll get another 2 tries in. Hope not, God. Please, Heavenly Father, let Panthers make an error. Ya Rabbi Sama. Allah Khalik. 5 minutes coming up now. I beg you, my Heavenly Father, let somehow, someway the Panthers have an error. My Heavenly Father, Dragons need an error from the Panthers. Thank you, Tim in the house. I hope somehow Panthers can make an error. I wish in God's will it happens. 65 minutes now coming up. Put pressure on the Panthers, Dragons. Players, come on. 6 minute mark coming up. Minute. Can Dragons have the ball back? I wish they would. The Dragons have the ball back. I wish. Yuck. Panthers. HI no turn. Mike Muller on and Jack Devlin off for the Dragons. Six 2-minute mark coming up. Please, Dragon, give me hope. Tonight's game. I need hope. My Dragon team. Because you've been letting me down this game tonight, Dragons team. I need hope, Dragon team players. Third minute coming up now. Thank you, Tim in the house. Please go let Panthers somehow someone make it better. Baby summer. Now 64-minute coming up. 18 to Panthers, Dragons 12. Dragons need a miracle right now to come back, guys, in the YouTube world, in the National Rugby League game. Now we kick bomb again, behind. Can Dragons ever somehow get a try? A sneaky try? Dragons? I wish God Dragons somehow could get a try. And Panthers don't see this kick. It's like a falcon off the Panthers head, player head. So that's our 10 minutes. Good. Our ball. Good. Now we get a chance. Thank you, Dragons. It shows a bit we can try, Dragons, if we can. 16. Let's see if Dragons can do something now with the ball. Useful. My Heavenly Father. One of the Panthers players did 10 in the bin. Hey ho! Ten minutes inside. Now Dragons get a penalty. Dr. Z Smith. Thank you, God. We need the other Dragons fans. Because we don't want to sock and cry all year round. Because we're 17th on the ladder in the National Rugby League. That's pretty bad. We got the wooden spoon this year. Pretty bad. 16. Good, Zach Lomax. Kick the calm. Thank you. Oh, you missed 2 goals already. Zach Lomax, can you make up for them? This is 7 now. 16 to Dragons, 18 to Panthers. Kick the come for the Dragons by Zach Lomax. Six, 7 minute coming up now. Minute for the second half. Panthers 18, Dragons 16 now at the moment. $18 now. 18-all. Dragons have the ball. Make your minute penalty again, yeah, whatever. Let's go Dragons. Let's try to tie out the Panthers. In the second half. Now Panthers, give us a penalty if you can. We need a penalty, my Heavenly Father. If Dragons can never get a penalty now. In a good way, my Heavenly Father, I mean in a good way. 68 minutes coming up. We didn't need that Billy Burns. We didn't need an error. Ya Allah, ya Allah, ya Allah. Now, can Panthers make an error? I wish to God they would. Six, 8 minutes coming now. Now, Panthers have a good. Let me get rid of Billy Burns. Pissed him off. Get a player who doesn't want to drop the ball. Can't stand Billy Burns. Error. This is not another error club. Get players who want to win fast. I wish my Heavenly Father, the Panthers would make an error. I wish so much in my heart and soul. Yeah, that Panther make an error. I wish God, Dragons need some kind of hope, miracle with my Heavenly Father. I wish my Heavenly Father, the Panthers. The Dragons steal the ball. It's really funny to try to steal the balls. We don't need errors! Good, thank you. We need that. Let's go, Dragons. Please, Dragons, let's go. Somehow get a try, Dragons, and have in your wheel, God. Some of the Dragons can get another try. It's all agreed. $70-minute mark coming now. Ah! Moses Leo 22 now to the Panthers 18. 70-minute mark. Into now to the Panthers. Our defense is not good like when we had Wayne Bennett. It's garbage. Ridiculous. For the Dragons. $23 now, so 24 to the Panthers. Dragons 18. $24 to the Panthers. $24 to the Panthers. $24 to the Panthers. $17-minute mark now gone. I just wish somehow the Panthers will make a mistake. God. An error. You ever cop the ball, Panthers? Like, seriously? Wish you would. Some God will, the Panthers cop the ball up. $73 coming now. Panthers 24, Dragons 18. Dragons need a bloody miracle, to be honest, to come back and win this game. Oh, I wish I could see God Pence make an error. So I wish. Yes, thank you, God. Thank you. The Dragons, can we capitalize on this error, please? I just wish, God, some of the Dragons can find from mid to the Panthers, your Super Summer, a gap, big gap, huge gap. Soon. Look for a big gap on the Panthers, Dragons now. 74 coming up now, guys. Panthers 24, Dragons 18. Panthers. DRAG and Dragons 18. Oh, yeah. 30. In change now, Jacob Little on off Moses Mbai. 34 minutes now, coming up. Second half. This game. Set restart, good. Otherwise, it's the hey ho for the Panthers player. 10 in the bin. You have to make an error, Dragons. You have to murder another try. It's time for a cleanup by the Dragon board. This or next year. Thank you, Panthers made an error. Good. Alhamdulillah. Can we do something magical now, Dragons? Please, I beg you in God. Baby summer, please. Now, where's the help? Dragons, help Matt Fear guy. Help him out. Please, Dragon, help him out. The players I'm talking about, you saw the summer of the Dragons. Help him out. For Matt Fear guy. Ya Rab, the summer Allah. Allah Khalik. Come on, Dragons, can we help our player, please, Dragons? In God's will? Now, Dragons, help each other out, please. Help each other out. Oh, this YouTube can take one off, and I don't want that. I need to calm myself down. Help each other out, Dragon players. That big guy line break, okay. That's the obstruction. All right. 77 minutes coming now. Obstruction by Burn Murdoch Masala. Down to now, Panthers have the ball. Which Panthers will make an error, God. I wish to God they would. Not happy people in the YouTube world because Dragons are losing. Panthers 24, Dragons 18. 77 minutes coming up now in the second half. I wish somehow, some way, God, Panthers will make a mistake. Panthers. My Heavenly Father, I wish Panthers will make an error. Yeah, that Panthers make an error, God. Yeah, that. Soon. Baby summer. Dragons fan need hope of a better future next year, God in heaven. I'm being honest. I wish the Panthers, God, will make an error. I wish, my Heavenly Father. Soon Avian coming up now. I just wish the Panthers would make a mistake, God. So Dragons have maybe one more chance for the game end. Thank you, Tim in the house. The StreamYard link is up above. Dragons, can we make an error? I mean, force Panthers to make an error. Put pressure on the Panthers. That's what I mean. 78 minutes coming up now. Second half. The Dragons, can we get the ball back, please? Get ready to be the Burns. Pissing off to another NRL club. We're getting a good coach for the Dragons. Everyone on the YouTube world for the National Rugby League club and team. I don't know how the Dragons are going to come back. I think it's over fast this year. We're getting a wooden spoon. Over for the Dragons this year. Dragons need a miracle, but too late. It's over. 80-minute mark coming up now. Panthers 24, Dragons 18. It's finished over. Dragons going to get the wooden spoon. He's a grub in the wrestling. Such a grub. Unbehaved. Boom. Vicious. Boo! Blue Panthers. Alfred, come up on the panel. Come on, Alfred, please, for once. Alfred, come on, Alfred, come on the panel. I miss you, my friend. I miss you, Alfred, please. Alfred, come up on the panel. Come on, Alfred, come up on the panel. Alfred, 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 Alfred. Wee. Wee. What about RAM? And 4 GB crap. Try it up again. Super coming. You go, Tyler. Amen, voice. Hey Julie, how are you, my friend? Please leave a thumbs up button and try to get me more whatever subscribers you can say to my friend. Thanks for coming by and say you're welcome. And StreamYard link is up above if you want to come up, join and sing. To be honest. CYPE type EAV. The Nightbot will drop your link, YouTube link. Thank you, Tim in the house. Cool. Cool. Sucks on the group. Habibs. First try with Habibs. Something that I'm looking for. Where's Ram? That's what I'm looking for. Oh, Gigabyte RAM. Trying to find one that's good. It's just hard to find. Never open. It's too expensive. Just give me Ram. Sucks, man. Try eBay. I hope something cheapy. Fine. Can make an offer on it. Oh, man. Merci, before. Everyone's feeling right. Sorry. Ram 6 Ram. So nice. That's get the Ram. Notifications. Product details. What about RAM? It doesn't say. Sixty by RAM. Doesn't say that RAM. Zoom.
Ooh. Woo! So this happened a few years ago, but I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Little bit of backstory quickly. My mom's father passed away from a car wreck when she was only 13. I never met the guy, obviously, but I've looked him up through stories and pictures and heard he was a great person. So anyway, that particular morning, my mother went to visit his grave by herself while I was at my grandmother's house. My mom was going through some emotional situations at the time, and she told me that she prayed to him, asking for him to show her a sign that he's still around. So fast forward to that night, Mom and I were riding to Shongaloo, LA. If you've ever been to Louisiana, then you know it's just a bunch of small towns with a lot of forests and back roads in between, basically. So it's about 11:30ish, I would say. And the road we were on didn't have any light poles or any type of sort of light besides the car headlights. We were just talking to each other, and all of a sudden, it's like time slowed down. Sound wasn't existent, and we see this humongous, glowing, bright blue ball of light just appear out of thin air, starting from the passenger side of the road. Like it was so bright that you would have seen it come out of the woods, but it didn't. Just appeared on one side of the road and slowly floated across and then disappeared as soon as it got to the other side. Just puff, gone in an instant. And I looked over at my mother, and by this time, everything has gone back to normal. Sound was back. And I still have the sheer, horrified look on her face burned into my brain. It was unexplainable. I've never seen anything like this in my life, but we've both come to the conclusion that it was my grandfather's spirit saying hi to us. One day when I was about 8 years old, my mother was given the worst news of her life. She was told by the doctor that she had 3 types of cancer and they would kill her. Well, she ended up passing in August. After about 2 weeks of living without a mom, I kept getting these weird dreams of going to the park with her. I kept telling my younger self to stop picturing her. She's gone. I guess that was my way of handling grief. Well, when I turned 9 in April, I woke up but couldn't move. I saw my mom in the corner of the room on what sounded like she was whispering something. I kept trying to snap out of it, but I couldn't move. Couldn't get up to say hi and I miss you. She turned around, and what I saw was not my mother. I shortly after learned it was sleep paralysis. Needless to say, I was scared shitless. Finally grew up and realized I was just dreaming, kinda. Years and years went by, until yesterday. I found a picture of my mom and kept looking for more pictures. I kept looking at them, seeing how happy my mom used to be, until I felt a shiver go down my spine and looked through the pictures again. Her face kept changing and getting more and more altered. Her eyes became more and more dark. Her skin became more and more pale white, and her hair was balding. Well, finally, I put the pictures away. We went downstairs and saw the picture of her on the fridge and screamed. My dad came running in and noticed that I was looking at my mom. My dad claims nothing was wrong with the picture. So why was I the only one seeing these things happen? So I'm now almost 21 years old. My mom died when I was 8, and I had creepy dreams about her. I'm really scared. 2 years ago, I moved out from living with my dad, moved cities, moved house, and now live alone in a 1-story house. Well, one day, I came home from college trying to relax and play some Rocket League on my PS4. Well, I kept hearing like a woman scream my name outside. I finally got up to look, and no one was there. Later that night, I was still awake gaming with some friends when I thought I heard someone jiggling the door handle, and I grabbed my pocket knife, not knowing what could happen, and peered across the living room, staring at my door, and I thought I could see a figure staring at my door, but I wasn't sure and wasn't going to find out. I quickly called my girlfriend, but she was asleep. It was 3:33 a.m., so no answer. I didn't sleep that night. Fast forward 2 weeks, and it's the present day. I heard 5 helicopters fly over my house, and 2 cop cars drove by saying, "Stay inside. Don't open your door for anyone." So me being a dumbass, opened my door, went over to my neighbor's house to ask what was happening. Well, I knocked, and their door was cracked, so it slowly opened. I noticed their house was a mess, and looked like they just grabbed what they could and disappeared into thin air. They had 3 dogs, 2 kids. Where did they go? This figure kept trying to get into my house, and I finally opened the door and nothing was there. Am I being haunted or targeted? To provide some background to this story, I used to work at a Victorian mansion in my hometown during my senior year of high school, up until I left for my first year of university. I was a tour guide there, and because of this, I was kind of allowed to just explore the home during my free time between tours. This mansion, which was known for its eccentric owner and is apparently haunted, according to local urban legend, is big. Big isn't really the right word to describe it, as the home is huge. Its layout is confusing, which lends itself to the overall creepy vibe that the house just gives off. The house is allegedly haunted by its owner, and I'm happy to confirm or deny which house it is if people would like that sort of thing, as it is a well-known tourist location where I'm from. There's a certain time of the year running from June to mid-July where the house is generally more active. It's generally accepted by tour guides, as we were the ones spending the most time in the house out of all the employees, that there are far more sightings and paranormal experiences that would occur during this time of year. Our running theory is that these weeks were the time in which the owner's daughter had been alive, before dying 6 weeks after birth. This death was what really started the owner's spiral into what many would consider to be hysteria or craziness. This happened in late June 2018, if I remember correctly. It had been a slow day, especially slow for the summer months where waves of tourists would come to tour the home. During slower times, tour guides are sent into the home to clean, generally dusting, washing windows, or sweeping. Simple tasks that would help maintain the house. I, along with one of my co-workers, were cleaning in the owner's main bedroom. Us tour guides would refer to this room as the dead room, as this was, in fact, the room that the owner died in. This wasn't something we would use around guests, as that would probably freak out the ones that were not fans of paranormal activity. At this time, my co-worker was fairly new to the job, and seeing that I was one of the more senior tour guides with a year under my belt, I was pointing out things in the room to her. One thing in particular that I pointed out was a scent sachet that was placed in a period picture on the bedside table. It was supposed to have a floral scent of some kind, but was not particularly strong. So guests most likely would not be able to notice any difference it could possibly make. After doing so, I decided to actually do my job and clean. I was dusting the window frames and my co-worker was inspecting the chest of drawers. For reference, this is across the room from where I pointed out the scent sachet to her just minutes before. While she was seeing if the various drawers in this antique piece of furniture would open, she noted that the scent sachet would possibly be more effective on this side of the room, as this was the side of the room where guests would enter on the tour route. There were 4 drawers on each side of this chest and drawers, and she finally got to the bottom one. At this time, we were about 3 or 4 feet apart, our backs to each other. My co-worker said in passing, "I'm sorry, ma'am," to the home's deceased owner, and there was a possibility that this piece was original to the house. As she stood up, there, all of a sudden, there was a strong rose scent, as if someone was shoving a bouquet right in your face, coming from right between where we were standing. I remember feeling this wave of panic immediately wash over me as I turned to look at my co-worker. I asked her if she smelled it too. She said yes, and that she was certain we weren't alone anymore. After a long second of us just looking at each other, the 2 of us bolted from the room, incredibly spooked by this very in-your-face moment. I found no way to explain it since, and the smell of roses never fails to cause a shiver to run down my spine. So I was about 13 years old and living in an old apartment with my mom and my siblings. We've lived there for about 2 or 3 years. Nothing weird has ever happened to us. One night, like any other, I was sleeping, and to be honest, I don't know what time it was. Suddenly, I felt the urge to wake up because I was feeling like someone was pushing on my chest. I don't know if I woke up or not, and I don't know if it was a dream or what, but I felt physical reactions to what happened. I opened my eyes, I think, and I didn't see anything on top of me, but I was feeling a massive pressure on my chest, as if someone was pushing down on it with their hands. I looked to the wall on my right and saw a shadow that I have a hard time describing. It was some sort of big head with horns that were hovering over me. Of course, my first thought that it was the devil or some demon. I was laying on my bed and I tried getting up, but I couldn't even move. I was facing upwards and my arms were straight alongside the rest of my body. I grew up in a Christian family and I was taught to say, "I rebuke you in the name of the Lord," whenever I had to face some sort of weird situation dealing with paranormal stuff. So I tried to say that, but I couldn't. I was trying really hard to say it, but I could barely move my lips and couldn't say more than I. At the same time, I was forcing my body, as if I was trying to not let that thing inside me. That went on for maybe 3 or 4 minutes, until I felt really tired and stopped forcing my chest. In that exact moment, I felt like an inner heat inside my body, as if that thing got inside me. Plus, the shadow was gone. Then I really woke up, and I felt a pain in my chest and shivers. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and the next morning, I got out of the room and didn't go back in it for the day. And I even think I slept in my mother's room the next night. A couple of years ago, I frequently saw some visions after I woke up from my sleep in the middle of the night. And those visions lasted no more than a second, but I always felt like they were long and vivid. I don't know how else to tell this, but it felt like time was bent, and a time that was short feels a bit longer. I knew these visions were short, but it felt a little bit longer. This has been happening since I was a little boy. The earliest I recall is having a huge ass all white spider on my bed crawling up on me. There are some examples in the middle now, but I don't want to go into unnecessary details that much. There's just one guy who I've seen more than once. He's a guy with the look of a thief or burglar. Once when I was a child, I saw him in my dream. He had white skin, a well-shaven face, or his beard didn't grow. He wears all black with a cap and leather gloves and so on. Again, when I was a child, I had a dream in which I was lying on the couch in my living room, and my mother and father were praying, indifferent of me, and I'm chilling until this guy comes in and looks at me and starts making his way towards me, hands stretched like a mummy. He closes in, his face inches away from mine that I can see his iris clearly. I wake up and see a glimpse of him and wet myself crying. Last summer when I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up without a reason, and when I opened my eyes, it was this mofo again, standing and watching me with a hand lamp. I was fully awake, and although the light burned and hurt my eyes, I could see his grinning face. It was him. Although I was frightened, I suddenly had anger towards the guy, and these emotional changes happened in like 2 seconds. I was mad and pissed at the guy because my eyes were hurting from all that light buried in my face. I yell at the top of my lungs like, "I've had enough of you," while bolting out of the bed to punch him. If it was a solid body, that would have been a perfect punch. But as soon as I did that, he pixelated. Thousands, millions, billions of pixels like gold dust flying up in the air. And I've never seen that guy after I punched him into oblivion. What was that? My family believes in ghosts. We have a lot of stories, especially from the current house they live in. We also prefer to deal with things in a flippant way. I mean, we bless the house how many times? And something always comes back and starts drama. My mom believes that entities attach themselves to me and I end up taking them home. But that's a story for another time. When my sister was in her younger teens, she really liked Kurt Cobain and had a poster of him on a wall. My mom was kind of grossed out about it, saying his negative energy from him committing suicide could affect my sister. At some point during her occasional lectures, in an effort to spook my sister, she said, "Kurt Cobain climbs out of that poster and makes you have bad dreams." And that started it. The ghost we would hear in that specific part of the house was now Kurt Cobain, and involving friends and relatives until the lore was a fun experience. Kurt Cobain walks around upstairs. This room was a converted attic on a one-level house. So if Kurt Cobain was awake, anyone on the first level would hear. People tend to feel uncomfortable in that room, aside from my sister and myself, who shared the room with her when I was around during college break. My boyfriend, who never really believed in ghosts, had his first experience while staying over there, and we now call it the Kurt Cobain confrontation of 2015. My family had left the day before for vacation, and my boyfriend and I were going to follow them up early the next day. So we spent the night at the house because we were going to grab a few extra things in the morning. As we went to the bed, the light we turned off flicked back on. Then we heard Kurt Cobain stomping around upstairs and opening drawers. In the morning, when we were grabbing what we needed to, we saw that my sister's bed was completely moved to one side. This extends to others staying over, like my sister's friend staying over during a party, hearing 3 loud knocks just recently. And if you're wondering, yes, if you were in the same room while Kurt Cobain was walking around, you would definitely hear him, though it usually sounded like shuffling. To avoid being scared shitless and unable to sleep, I would plug my earbuds in and listen to some basic white noise or rain, etc., and tell him to leave me alone. In regards to that room, once I was staying there while I was in town and my sister was out of town. It was about 11:30 p.m., so everyone was in their respective rooms. I'm watching a YouTube video on my phone when I hear a boom. It sounded like a bowling ball was dropped in the closet. I'm absolutely shocked, and I'm trying to investigate the sound when my other sister comes in to check on me. She said it sounded like I fell off my bed. Then my parents, who were staying in the renovated basement, came up to scream at us over the ridiculous amount of noise we're making. This asshole Kurt Cobain did something so stupid loud, my parents in the basement woke up. We could never figure out what the fuck the noise was. Nothing was broken or fallen over. So that's the story of how my family handles scary stuff. It's fun to say, oh, that's just Kurt Cobain, when someone's staying over hears something weird from upstairs. So this is a story from when I was just a kid. I believe around 8 or 9 years old at the time of my first encounter. I had a weird dream with a woman in a white dress with flowers on it, kind of like an old nightgown, but with more layers of cloth. She didn't look scary or evil or anything, just like a normal person. The thing is, when I woke up in my loft bed and looked out of the little window over my bedroom door, she was standing in the hall looking right back at me. It freaked me out so much, I just yelled out for my parents and hid under my bed. My parents didn't believe me and said it was just a bad dream. Well, as a kid, you believe your parents have all the answers, and so you just listen to what they say. Go back to bed and forget about it. Problem is, this was not the last time I would see her. Every now and then I saw her, sometimes in a dream, sometimes in real life, sometimes clear, other times just a glimpse or in the corner of my eye, sometimes at night, other times in the middle of the day. Eventually, I was in the last year of what can be described as elementary school. Here in the Netherlands, we only have 2 schools before you start to study for a specific job or field. So I was 11 years old, and as a tradition, your class goes on a week-long trip, the last year of school. During this trip, we were sharing ghost stories in the boys' room of an old farm that had been converted to a sort of hotel. There were already rumors that the place was haunted, supported by the fact that many of the photos taken inside had weird white rings on them for some unknown reason. But that's not really important here. The important part is some of the kids got really scared. One said the ground was spinning and tilting, and a few others started seeing and feeling stuff no one else could. And eventually, the panic woke up the teachers and girls in the other rooms, who all went into the hall to have a look at what was going on. So far, everything was fine for me, but when I looked into the hall where all the girls were standing, I saw her, clear as day, standing between the rest of the girls. No one even seemed to notice the grown woman, but I yelled out in fear to get away from me and leave me alone. Something I now regret, because I'm still not sure if it was even real or all just the overactive imagination of a child's mind. Probably unrelated, but might possibly be relevant, is something my mother told me years later. When I was a little kid, like 3 or 4 years old, I used to talk to a princess. Not playing or pretending like with an imaginary friend, but full-on conversations just sitting there. I don't remember any of that, but I thought it was interesting and makes up some of my theories on the nature of this ghost woman thing. I've not seen her since, but the memories are still some of the clearest I have as a child, and I've spent many hours trying to find out if it was even real. And if it was, what was she? This story happened around 1 or 2 weeks ago, and is the first time in my life where I encountered or thought I encountered a ghost. My friends and I were having a sleepover at my house. There were about 7 of us. We wanted something exciting to do, so we were thinking of stuff we could do. And we remembered that there was this abandoned munitions factory not too far away from us. Some people in our grades started to go, but most of my friends have not gone, so we decided to go. When we got there, I had this horrible gut feeling that something horrible was going to happen. Mind you, I've been there before, and when I was there, did not get this horrible gut feeling. I told my friends I was just going to stay by the car, but they begged me so, even though I had a horrible gut feeling. I went into the dark, lifeless trail to get to the destination with my friends. We finally arrived at the munitions factory, and like before, it was creepy. But unlike last time, this anxiety only grew. The factory was crazy. I mean, upside down crosses were a common sight, same as 666 messages, and occasionally you'd see satanic hypergraphs in the building. Also, my friend said that he saw candles in the building as well, but I could not personally confirm that one. So we explored the main building and eventually went into the outside tunnels of the factory, which if you look at Google Maps, you'll know what I'm talking about. This is where the possible ghost or demon encounter happened. Mind you, before this happened, my friend, let's just call him Connor, was calling out a possible ghost by saying over and over again the phrase, "Show your presence." We were all in the tunnel when my friend, let's just call him Thomas, was 100 feet behind us in the dark, trying to scare us. But instead of scaring us, we saw him sprinting at us, telling us that he heard knocking. At first, we didn't believe him because the whole time he was trying to scare us in many different ways, but he kept begging us. He wasn't kidding. We all then decided to stay silent to see if we could hear anything. And sure enough, we heard a loud knock, knock. That's when we bolted out of the tunnel. We were all one group and we were running towards the forest to escape when we heard Connor scream, which made us think he was being chased, which made us run faster into the forest. In all reality, Connor just did that to be funny, which I don't know why you would do that in a situation that all of us felt could be life or death, which made all of my friends suspicious that he knocked. But I'll talk about that later. Apparently, Connor, Thomas, and my other friends, let's just call him Brendan, all went back through the building to get to the exit. So we were in 2 groups. I know that splitting up is never a good idea, but blame it on why we split up. At the end, after the group, I was traveled through thick thorn bushes, ran into the police, but just got a warning, and eventually hopped an 8 to 10 foot barbed wire fence. And the other group traveled back through the building, eventually saw another group of teenagers and decided to scare them, and hid in the bushes to avoid the cops. We all made it back to the car and went back home. Turns out, my gut feeling was right, as the last time I was there, nobody else was in the building and there were no cops. Mind you, all this happened at around 11 p.m, so it was very dark. When we got back to my house, we played some video games, did some other stuff, even played some poker. When it was around 2 or 3 a.m. though, we started talking about the factory. Here's where the story gets terrifying. The whole time, we were under the impression that someone was just messing with us back there, but then we talked about it. If someone was messing with us, they would have had to travel 100 feet in less than a minute, because that's how short of a time it was from the time Thomas ran to us to the time we heard the second knock. There are 2 ways they could have traveled, either on the roof or through the trees right outside the tunnel. but with logic, those answers are easily disprovable. If we traveled on the roof, we would have heard him, as the roof of the tunnel was sheet metal. And the first time I was there, my friend was trying to scare us by going on the roof, and whenever he stepped, he made a lot of noise. The second option of going on the outside of the tunnel also doesn't make sense, because we would have heard the tree branches and sticks break, and also the foliage was so thick. I think it might be physically impossible to move 100 feet in less than a minute, but again, you can go on Google Maps and see what I'm saying. Plus, if someone was messing with us, when we started running away, they probably would have screamed pussy at us or something. Also, when we finally got outside, we looked at the tunnel from the outside and saw no one on the roof. So the only thing I can reasonably think of is that it was one of us, but also we were all in a big group when it happened, so we would have seen if someone did it. Even if Connor was acting suspicious, I think we would have noticed or seen him do it. Also, it sounded as if it came from the roof as well. Also, when we were at my house, Connor put to God it was not him, as did everyone else pretty much. First of all, let me start off by saying I usually don't believe in evil spirits and being haunted by one. However, I've had such creepy encounters in my sleep that I felt like this is the right place to share. The past couple of years, 1 or 2 years, I haven't had that good of an experience with sleep. I visited a small town in Italy with two of my best friends, who happened to be a couple, this past summer. Of course, they slept in a double bed while I slept on a convertible sofa in another room. Our accommodation was, to our surprise, located on top of a mountain, far, far away from the town we initially wanted to stay in. I'd say about a 15 or 20-minute bus ride, and the bus only drove 3 times a day. That was a huge disappointment, but not really part of the story. Since we were located on top of this mountain, right along the main road where vehicles passed very seldomly, I tended to feel uneasy during the night time, especially since I slept alone and we rented a holiday apartment, not a hotel with many other people or something of that sort. The first night, I only got a little bit of sleep, also of poor quality, but that was only because the sofa was a bit uncomfortable. On the second night, however, I woke up once in the middle of the night, only to see a tall and slim outline of a person standing right at the foot of my bed, staring at me. Since I was so flustered and still tired, I didn't really process what was happening, pulled up my blanket over my head, and continued sleeping. The next morning, I realized what happened overnight, and I was petrified. I told my two friends at the breakfast table, and of course, they called bullshit. I insisted that I knew what I saw, and I persuaded them to let me sleep in their bed for the next night, which was no problem since their bed was huge. The next night rolls around, and my best friend's boyfriend falls asleep relatively quickly. However, my bestie and I were still up for 10 or 20 minutes, talking and whispering, trying not to wake our boyfriend up. Then, we hear what sounds like someone putting keys in our front door and entering the hallway. We both were convinced there was a person in our apartment walking around the kitchen and living room where my sofa was located. We both froze, and I initially thought we were going to die that night, since I've always had sketchy vibes ever since we first arrived. We woke up the third party only for him to tell us to go back to sleep, which we did. The next morning, it turns out that there's another family staying in the apartment right below us, and a possible explanation would be that they entered their apartment yesterday night, but the both of us genuinely believe that there was someone in our apartment casually walking around. On another not so pleasant occasion, I went to sleep normally in my bed a few months ago, when I suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, only to find that I couldn't move my body. My limbs were numb. I couldn't turn my head. I couldn't speak. I felt completely paralyzed. I've had sleep paralysis before, so I knew that this was just another night of bad sleep. However, this time, it was different. I saw my dad turning on the light and walking around in the hallways, passing my room, which isn't unusual, probably to get a glass of water or go to the toilet. I desperately and unsuccessfully tried calling out for him, but of course, nothing but a whisper came out of my mouth. At that moment, I felt so helpless. My dad got what he needed, turned off the lights, and went back to bed. and the moment he switched off the light, I saw a dark and tiny creature or blob of shadow sitting on my desktop chair and staring at me. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it wanted from me. All of a sudden, this shadow jumps up, runs right up to me on the side of my bed, then jumps onto my bed, only to repeatedly hop from one side of my pillow to the other. I felt so scared and terrorized in that moment, but I guess that terror finally woke me up and I could move again. The shadow was gone. I turned on the light and had to walk around my room for a few minutes just to return to reality and collect myself. I've had many similar events to this one, but none were as horrible. After that night, I was afraid to go to bed for a couple of weeks. On December 25th, 2021, my mom entered the stage of life called active dying. Her skin was cold, her breathing labored. It reminded me of a fish out of water, and she was completely unresponsive. My family and I spent our last hours with her alive. My father called the hospice to bring in an oxygen machine, and we went to bed around 1 a.m. During that time we spent in the living room, these walkie-talkies started going off as if someone pressed buttons on the other line. No speaking, just the static sound. My dad brought them out weeks prior so that my mom could use them if she needed him at night, since she slept in the living room and my dad was sleeping in their bedroom. Anyways, the walkie-talkies were making these noises randomly in the middle of the night, but I won't chalk it up to being paranormal, even if it didn't make sense they would go off at the time. The creepy thing happens a few days later. My dad is going through my mom's phone to tell people who were texting her what had happened and stuff like that. He comes across a call to my brother made at 1:25 a.m. on the 26th, right after we'd gone to sleep. She was in an unresponsive state. She couldn't have called anyone. We don't think she even had a phone near her while she was dying. It was probably in her purse and we had just driven home from a trip. To do that, she'd have to get up to find her phone, when she could hardly breathe, let alone walk, and do it quietly enough to not wake up my dad, who was sleeping on the couch. I doubt that my dad could have slept through her doing that, since he would have just gone to sleep. He hadn't been sleeping well for that week because any noise she would make, he would get up to make sure she was fine. I doubt that night it would have been any different. Also, it would make sense that if she were to call anyone, it would be my brother, since my phone is broken and my sister doesn't use hers. So either she got up while she was dying and made a phone call to my brother, or she was already dead when she made it. Either situation freaks me out when I think about it. Aside from wondering how this happened, I also wonder what would happen if my brother had answered the call. So as a kid, and just generally growing up in that house until moving away when I was in middle school, I did occasionally from time to time hear voices. Where I'd hear the voices varied from the house itself to the garage that was next to the house. I didn't really think much of it until I brought this up to my sister, and she told me she once saw a spirit in the house. She remembers once seeing a reflection of someone in my older brother's bedroom window. This window is on the second floor, so we know for sure it wasn't just some guy in the distance. She described this reflection as a bearded man in his mid-30s. He had a little bit of a gut, but it wasn't like he was obese. He just seemed a little fat, and his outfit seemed fairly normal. She told me he wore a flannel shirt with jeans, so this spirit just looked like a lumberjack. So after swapping these stories, we decided to go to our parents about this. And let's just say, they had something to say about it. So when my parents bought that house, it really needed to be worked on and repaired, because the people that used to own it haven't actually lived or just looked after it in a long, long time. So they actually worked on just repairing the house for the first year they got it. My parents weren't all on their own when they were working on the house. They had a friend with the exact physical description. And when we asked what happened to this guy, my parents told both of us that he actually hung himself in the garage when they were close to being finished with fixing the house. So our story starts in Maine, in a neighborhood reasonably close to Portland. I was up there to visit family pretty much, and the house in question belonged to one of my aunts. And I was with my aunt from Boston, who wanted to drive up to visit them too. We showed up at the house, and I was just told that the house was already pretty old when my other aunt's family moved in. And that's the most I know about the history of the house. I might ask later because it sounds interesting. So we come in, settle down in the guest rooms, and we all start talking about the trip so far. And I make a joke about my outfit, saying, "Oh yeah, I look like I'm a Salem lesbian." We all have a laugh, and I soon forget about that comment. We jump to that night, and occasionally throughout the night, I hear scratching on the door. I wasn't that concerned yet, mainly because my aunt's family had a dog and a cat. But most of the time when I got up to let them in, the hallway was empty. Now, at first, I wasn't worried. I was used to hearing scratches before the trip because I just have a generally needy cat. So, to clear my mind before bed, I decided to take a shower. But when I got out of the shower and I settled in, I heard my cousin walk to the bathroom and loudly say, "Ah, damn, forgot to turn the light off." And from that moment, I knew something was up. Next night, pretty normal, though I did still keep hearing the scratching. So I decided to go downstairs to grab a glass of water. But as soon as I was going to head back to the room, I heard a very clear yet feminine, "You're not allowed to do that," in my ear. And after a moment of confusion, I was kind of just happy I was leaving the next day. Me and my sister were in our room playing, and my parents were in the TV room. Father was watching TV, and Mom was in the kitchen area. It was fine when suddenly my sister saw a white, translucent being with a beard and a grin on his face leaving our bathroom, which was inside our room, and moving to the TV lounge. My sister called me as I was facing backwards to the bathroom. I didn't clearly see the whole figure, just a white piece of clothing at the brink of our door, so I didn't completely believe her. After 5 or 10 minutes, my father started choking very badly, and the creature returned to our room. This time I left the room earlier, but my sister was there. The creature this time made very evil, loud laughter that I heard, and my sister then ran out of the room after hearing that. My father, after this laughter, after choking badly, fainted, and Mom was outside calling the ambulance on the phone. It's been years. Everything's fine now. My parents are still unaware of any creature or a sound. But if it was only me or my sister alone, I could call it imagination. But we both at different places heard it and saw it, although I saw just a part of the creature's clothes. We changed our room after that and never used the bathroom. I did use it sometimes in daylight, but nothing happened. After we left home, the room and bathroom were not in use, just during monthly cleaning. One day, my mother told us that while they opened the room, there were hundreds of lizards on the walls. So many that the wall was barely visible, and all in a blink of an eye rushed in a small hole outside, like there was nothing before. While growing up, there were things that I saw that could be in a horror movie. In elementary school, my friends and I saw a dead cat. Looked like a dog and got a hold of it, so we buried it in the backyard. The next day, what did we see? The same cat in a ravaged looking state, walking by the gate, and it started menacingly before disappearing, never to be seen again. Could be a coincidence or mistaken identity, so let me explain the other occurrences. There was a door in the dining room that always, and I repeat always, was closed properly, but it always opened by itself. You could slam the door, check the door, lock the door, but it always opened as if someone slowly entered the room. In high school, I recalled using the desktop in the front room, reading after I learned about Nostradamus. After doing so, I showed my older brother and cousin. My brother sat in front of the monitor while my cousin and I were to the side. Suddenly, as we reached the part where it said that his use of the occult led to him predicting his soul go to hell, there was a black, disembodied arm that rested on the table. And in shock, my cousin and myself said, "Do you see that?" Then, without saying initially at the same time, we said the arm and decided to close the website. Now, as we get deeper into the things that happened, there was a friend of my brother who needed a place to stay, so she was invited for a while. Ironically, the same things I just typed I said to her. And she said that in school on the island, they played with a Ouija board and the participants saw a witch who was haunting them. I thought nothing of it and felt she was telling a tall tale, but strange things started happening. I can't say if it was the house I lived in or maybe something that was up with me, but when she came, it was as if her energy I could have felt. It started with me hearing voices, similar to relatives who for a fact were not there at 3 a.m. in the morning. To see more things like shadow figures and even spirits. I always told people if I see a spirit, it was a slight white while being translucent, but I always saw a full figure with details. Then suddenly, I'm being bothered by a presence when I'm by myself. It was like a deep growling, like some sort of beast in my ear, and I always had to break free and it led to insomnia. My sister and myself even saw, while my mother was in the kitchen cooking, a large thing, and I'll do my best to describe it. It was huge, at least over 6 feet, walked on hooves, bulky wax-looking skin, and a face with hair that reminded me of the predator. It got really bad, to the point where I had to get prayed over and anointed with oil. That night, after the prayers as I lay in bed, the thing came to bother me, but it slammed up against a barrier that was solid white, and I found peace. For a while, that is. Nearly 5 years ago, when I was 16, my dad and I went on vacation around Christmas to Boulder, Colorado. We rented this little house pretty far out of town in the mountains. It was located in the sort of ravine or meadow in between two tall, steep mountains and had a medium-sized stream running right in front of it. It seemed like a really neat house when we were just looking online at it, because one side was completely made of glass and was isolated in the forest. When the first night came and everything still seemed all right, I brought my little dog along, and of course he needed to pee in the middle of the night. I was kind of spooked at the idea of going outside at 1 a.m., but more because I was afraid of bears or cougars or whatever. I tried to wake my dad up, but he had taken some sleeping pills and literally refused to wake up. I put on my coat and everything and went outside with my dog. I had a high-powered flashlight, and as I was walking out to the yard, I was sort of scanning the light along the edge of the valley. I saw something across the creek that I wasn't expecting. There was a man standing out there. I froze for a minute, then like a total idiot, I yelled, "Who's there?" I really just thought it may have been, I don't know. At the moment I thought it was like a night ice fisherman. I didn't get scared until he didn't answer, and by then I started to notice some weird things about him. It was freezing, like probably minus 10 Fahrenheit at least, but this man wasn't wearing a coat. It was like I couldn't see any details about him, almost like he was a solid shadow, even though I was close enough and the light was bright enough to see the trees behind him in detail. I was shining this super bright light right into his face, but he wasn't recoiling whatsoever, or putting his hands to cover his eyes or anything. Also, the longer I looked at him, the weirder he seemed. He didn't seem to be moving at all, like not even shifting his shoulders to breathe or anything. He looked to be average height and build, but the other weird thing? At first I thought he was wearing a face mask, like the kind people wear when they go skiing, but this mask covered his entire head, as if the entire face was one smooth black surface. He was certainly facing me though. I wasn't looking at him from the back. The longer I stood there, the more scared I got, until I sprinted back inside, yanking my little dog behind me. I could still clearly see him through the glass side of the house, and I was very alarmed to see what he had swiveled. He had sort of smoothly tracked my movement into the house, but it didn't seem like he had moved his feet or anything. I ran upstairs and tried again to wake up my dad. I told him there was a man standing outside the house. He sort of shuffled over to the window, saw him, but said it was probably a druggie and went back to sleep. I probably should have called 911, but my dad didn't seem concerned. I thought he would get mad if I caused a stir about it, so I didn't do anything. I did watch the man, though, all night. The man stood in the exact same place for hours, never moving, not even seeming to breathe. He didn't seem fazed whatsoever by the extreme temperature. He just seemed to stare right at me, and I stared back. At one point I looked away, and when I came back to the window, I was shocked to see that he was gone. An odd movement grabbed my attention, though. This is the bit that I find the hardest to describe or explain. He seemed to be glitching. He was behind a big tree, so I couldn't really make out a lot. But over and over, I kept seeing his arm and let it come out from behind the tree, then smoothly slid back to a normal standing position. It really looked like a video game character glitching, but in real life. At some point, I dozed off, and when the sun came up, he had disappeared. It was such a bizarre experience because I wasn't sure if it was real. It just didn't seem like the quintessential ghost or Slender Man or whatever, so I didn't know what to make of it. My dad reconfirmed, though, the next day that he had definitely seen the man, so I at least wasn't hallucinating. I also walked across the bridge to where the man was standing, in the daylight, of course, and there were not any footprints or any other confirming evidence that the man was there at all. It all continues to be one of my most significant paranormal experiences I've ever had. I've lived in the same house since I was 4, and I'm currently 20. The bathroom adjacent to my bedroom is the kids' bathroom, and appears to have been since the house was built in the 40s. It's also funny because when we moved in, we remodeled some parts of the house, including that bathroom. It's all white with white tile and granite and bright lighting, which doesn't really seem to fit with the fact that a ghost haunts it. The first time I ever experienced anything really scary in that bathroom was when I was around 8. I was taking a bath and I was alone. I was just chilling, reading a book or whatever, when I heard a girl's voice inside the bathtub. Like, it sounded like it came from directly above me, as if the ghost was hovering a few inches above me in the bath. It said hello several times, and I was terrified. At first I was frozen, then I absolutely hightailed it out of there. After that, I hated the bathroom near my room. I refused to even enter it for at least a month and had to go all the way downstairs to go to the bathroom and shower, and I brushed my teeth in the kitchen sink. Well, nothing much else really happened for many years after that. It wasn't until I was much older, probably around 13 or so, that things started happening there again. The next run-in with this ghost was by far the worst. I was alone at night. My mom was out on a date. It wasn't a big deal and I was used to it, so I wasn't already scared or freaked out. I was hanging out in my room and I had my dog sitting next to me. The door to my room was open. I wasn't paying any attention, listening to music and playing a game or something, when my dog jumped up and looked at the door. I followed his gaze and saw a dark figure at the door. It was at child height and appeared to be a little girl. She had black hair that was dripping wet, and the rest of her face looked to be dark grey. She was peering around the corner of the door so that I could only see her head. As soon as I saw her, she ran down the hallway and stairs. I could hear her running. It didn't occur to me whatsoever that it was a ghost at the time. The fact that both the dog and I could see her, then I could hear her running down the hallway, made me think it was an intruder. I was so scared that it also didn't register that the intruder was a small girl. I just thought that there was someone else in the house. It felt like lightning was coursing through my body. I ran into the bathroom and hid myself in a cabinet, then called the police. The police came and searched the entire house and had to come pull me out of the cabinet. But they said they didn't find anything. In fact, the house alarm was still on when they arrived, which meant that none of the doors or windows had been opened since my mum left. Not a week after this incident, another thing happened. I was standing in the bathroom washing my face. I got a strong feeling something was behind me, but ignored it, thinking it was just because my eyes were closed. Out of nowhere, I was, well, almost like possessed. I lost consciousness for a moment, and it was as if I were taken to a different place. It was like an empty black space with nothing anywhere. The floor was made of water, and I was soaking wet. In the distance, there were these glowing purple lights. Then I heard a voice. It was the same voice that I heard in the bathtub years ago, but this time it was in my head, not out loud. It said the name Lucy over and over. Then I woke up and I was on the floor of the bathroom. It was so strange. It was like I'd been on some spiritual journey or something. I suddenly knew things about this ghost. I knew it was a child. I knew her name. Like, I knew instinctively that Lucy was her name. I knew that she died in that bathroom, And I knew that she was friendly but lonely, but she wanted me to know about her and her death, but didn't actually mean to scare me. I wasn't freaked out, really. It was more relieving to find out what all these events were, or that she wasn't an evil spirit or anything. I tried to run and tell my mom what had just happened, who thought I was being crazy about the whole thing and was still angry that I messed up her date a week earlier by calling the police when nobody was actually in the house. But she definitely thought I was just acting like a loon, and I mean, who wouldn't think that? Since then, the bathroom is still 100% haunted. Recently, I got a new dog, and every single night she jumps off the bed, walks into the bathroom where the bathtub is, and just stands there for several minutes, and then leaves. My dog also frequently jumps up to stare at the bathroom as if she heard a noise, when I can't hear anything. It's also pretty common for things to move on their own in there. Just the other day, I saw all of my products and things on the counter just fly sideways, as if someone swept their arm across the counter. And one day, a stack of boxes in the closet toppled down as if they were kicked. None of these things ever scare me, though. The ghost and I kind of just coexist. I never feel afraid of the ghost when she does things in there, which I reckon was kind of her goal. I know who she is. Sometimes I speak to her, and I let her carry on her haunting without any issues. Also, I'm pretty sure she and my dog are friends, which is honestly really cute. A few years ago, my mom went on a solo road trip. She doesn't usually like to travel alone, but I was in college and she wanted to visit some family a few states over. The trip went well, up until the last night on her drive back home. She had booked a room in a B&B that looked really nice online, but everything went off the rails when she actually arrived, which I witnessed since I was on the phone, FaceTime, and being informed with texts and photos from her almost the entire night. When she pulled up to the house, it was totally dark. There were no lights on inside, and it seemed almost deserted. When she called the B&B to say that she'd arrived, she was told to take a key from under the doormat and unlock the door herself, as the innkeeper had been called away in an emergency, and she would be the only one there for the night. She was already a bit uncomfortable with the situation, but went inside anyway, since she had already paid the fee and didn't have anywhere else to stay. The interior was old-timey looking, with velvet drapes, thick, dusty carpets, shelves full of photos and trinkets, and weirdest of all, many decorative plates with babies and children painted on them all over the walls. My mom locked the door behind her and went upstairs quite quickly, since she was feeling scared. Upstairs was worse, though, with the continued vintage furnishings and the unfortunate addition of about 15 ceramic dolls in each room, arranged on the beds and propped up on the tables and shelves. At this point, my mum was really freaked out, but kept trying to convince herself that there wasn't actually anything scary about the inn, or the dolls or anything else there. So she picked a room and started trying to go to bed. She did find herself turning the dolls around in her room so they faced the wall, even though she's usually a stark disbeliever in anything paranormal. That's when everything got really strange. She started hearing sounds all over the house, very human like sounds. It started with creaking, then footsteps and whispering. My mum was overtaken with fear in a way she'd never experienced before. She found herself frozen in place, where she quite literally couldn't move, while hearing more and more activity. The sounds eventually escalated to screaming, crashing, and banging sounds from all over the house. After a few minutes, my mom managed to shake herself from the paralyzation and realized that she needed to get out as fast as she could. She was so terrified that she actually tried climbing out of the window on the second story. But the roof below was too steep and she had to climb back inside. Then she took a fireplace poker, since she said she didn't know if the noise was from some robbers or something, gathered up her stuff, and ran into the hallway and down the stairs. She was quite shocked to see that everything was exactly as it was when she came in, except for one thing. A single one of the baby plates had fallen from the wall and shattered on the floor. There were no people in the house, the door wasn't bashed in. All the furniture was in the same dusty spots as before. She booked it from the door, threw it open, dropped the house keys somewhere in the front yard, and drove away. She had never been more afraid in her entire life, and had never been less sure in her opinion that ghosts were fake. She drove around the town for a while and ended up in a Motel 6, where she probably slept about 45 minutes, then came home. Unfortunately for her, though, that isn't where the story ends. She had been looking forward to arriving home so that she could be finally done with the whole frightening occurrence, maybe get some sleep, and watch some reality TV that had been recorded while she was gone. What she didn't account for was the ghostly hitchhiker that seemed to follow her back. That first night home, she fell asleep on the couch with the TV on. Around 2 a.m., the TV turned off on its own, and she woke up suddenly to hear loud footsteps running through the living room. She lives totally alone in a standalone house. Weird things continued to happen for about 2 or 3 months, including a constant problem with the TV turning on or off, changing volume, changing the channel by itself. She would hear voices, screams, and footsteps throughout the house, and would often wake up to have items in the kitchen and living room moved around, very weirdly, with no explanation. The most notable of which was when the toaster has mysteriously moved to the top of the fridge one night. Fortunately, my mom really dedicated herself to 100% ignoring the ghost and trying to avoid feeding negative or scared energy into it. And after a few months, it went away. She felt like she knew for sure that it was a ghost and that it latched onto her that night in the inn. She certainly isn't much of a skeptic anymore. Since I was young, I've been told I can see spirits. I moved around a couple of times while growing up here, and each house had a spirit or more in them. When I used to live in an apartment at 6 to 8 years old, I remember waking up in the middle of the night and seeing 2 white yellowish figures at my doorway. I rubbed my eyes to see if I was tripping, but I really did see them and saw them move. One was tall, the other was short. I didn't feel scared, but in disbelief, especially when they started dancing for me. My dad has always been a skeptic, and still is, but apparently we drove past a cemetery one time, and I was too scared to look because I said, I don't want to see no white people, ghosts. And he told my mom that. Another time, still the same age, we moved into a house by a forest, and I saw a huge brown figure pass me at the corner of my eye, and I legit thought it was a bear inside that house. I chased after it, but it was gone. Then my aunt's house caught on fire. Her first son passed away in 2000. My mom decided to take me to the burnt house. When I walked through the doorway, I immediately felt pressure or a force pushing me. My mom felt it too. My instinct was to go upstairs to my cousin's room. I went inside and I felt sorrow, even though I had never been in this room, nor was I attached to it. The room also felt cold. I found myself in tears and I didn't know why I was crying. But maybe it was my cousin's spirit's feelings. Maybe he was sad his home got burned down. I remember seeing photos of the house right after it got burned down. I saw orbs in the pictures and handprints on the walls with long fingers. I asked my aunt for the photos, but she doesn't know where they are. My aunt's friend was also a medium and told her the house was a bad spirit or was bad luck. I don't remember which, and that she would sell it. But she never sold it after many years. Years later in middle high school, I moved to this townhouse. I lived there until I turned about 21. This house has always made me feel uneasy. I'd hear creaking of the floors upstairs like someone is walking. I thought it was just the house being old, but it was built in 1981. There were a couple of times my dog would stare up at the staircase and growl at it. I remember her first sticking up. After that, she would sit by me like she's scared because she was shaking. My mom also had left food out purposefully for spirits. She even cursed her co-worker to death. I'm not sure if it's even related to the house. I used to pray every night because I knew I felt scared all the time when it got dark. I think that house was the only house I truly felt scared every night, or whenever it's dark. But one time, I was praying. I felt someone's breath on my left ear and heard a male voice whispering in a different language. It felt sinister. I was so scared I froze. I told my dad, but he didn't really believe me. We then moved to Arlington by the courthouse in a newly built apartment.
I never felt or heard spirits since then, and I was never scared. More time passed, and I decided to move to my aunt's house, which was rebuilt on the same ground. I remember seeing a white figure pass me. It literally looked like someone in a white t-shirt went into my room. I tried to follow it, but it was gone. Another time I was eating with my aunt at the dining table. We were just talking, and I looked up and saw a black figure above her head. I froze because I felt scared, but then it disappeared after 2 or 3 seconds. It was weird, because I saw it clear as day. I don't actually remember any of this, to be clear, because I was a baby, but I've been in the house several times since, and my parents and others have told the story so many times that I may as well have experienced it. Basically, I grew up in a late 18th century townhouse, or part of it anyway. The building itself was a doctor's surgery or GP's office, and it was a family home that had been around for generations. My parents rented the top 2 floors and part of the ground floor. If there were rumors before they moved in, they certainly hadn't heard them, and for the most part, the house was okay. Things really only amped up when I was born. It was an old house. The furniture was all antique. There were portraits on the walls, antique silverware in the basement. There were just 3 bedrooms despite its size, and the master bedroom was enormous, with high Georgian ceilings and clearly old wallpaper and moulding. It was a beautiful room, and they tried to stay in it. But after the first night, it became apparent that it wasn't going to be possible. It was freezing for one thing, and even with the heating on and the fire lit in the room, it was just unbearably cold. Not great for a newborn. So they moved to the back bedroom instead, but the master continued to give them the creeps, and they sealed it up, somewhat unsuccessfully. If you closed the door, it popped open again. If you closed the door and locked it, then it would be open again by the next morning. Always the same amount, just about 3 inches. Only a crack, really. If you closed the door, locked it, and piled furniture in front of it, then the banging from inside would keep the baby, me, awake all night. They convinced themselves that the banging was the result of birds nesting in the chimney, rather than something more insidious. But at least it always stopped if you opened the door again. Keep in mind that this is a large, heavy oak Georgian door with an antique handle that has to be turned to open. They decided that based on the cold of the room, it was clearly a draft which was opening the door, closing it every time they went past, just to feel proactive and move on with their lives. Then I reached the age where I moved out of my parents' room and into my own room next door with a baby monitor on at all times to make sure all was well. And it was, except for the other voices that came through it. Whenever I was put to bed, by the time they came downstairs, they'd hear me babbling away on the baby monitor, and slightly more troublingly, a deeper adult voice babbling back. They checked, of course, and whenever they'd open the door, I'd be laughing and reaching for someone above me, but promptly stop and look at them. Pretty soon, they realized there was basically nothing they could do, so they just ignored the babbling and kept an ear open for anything more worrying. My mother tried to convince herself that it was probably interference with another baby monitor on the streets. The noises sure did freak everybody else out a bit, though. My uncle once babysat me when he was just 14, and my parents returned home to find him sitting on the front step, shivering and clutching the baby monitor, me babbling away, crackling through the speaker. Good to know his policy was to abandon me to the ghosts, but it was fine. They didn't ask him back, and he told me years later there was no money they could ever have offered him to make him come back anyway. Sometimes when they themselves went to bed, things would get a little rowdier. There was an outhouse down the back of the yard, and sometimes at night the light would flick on down there at night. Not willing to take the risk that it could be rowdy teenagers or burglars, my dad would invariably haul himself out of bed and go to check it out. And invariably, as soon as he left the building, the clattering and banging in various rooms would start. I don't know why it wanted my dad out of the house to do so, but my mother, used to the house by now, would just roll her eyes and wait for him to come back. One morning, they were awakened by banging so loud from the attic that objects on the bedside locker were vibrating, and my mom was certain that the roof was going to cave in. My dad jumped up, grabbed a flashlight, and went to check it out. He came down 10 minutes later when the banging came to an end and told my mother that a bird had gotten in through a loose slate and he managed to get it out. Years later, after they left, he admitted that there was no bird. He just stood up there, terrified, surrounded by knocking and banging that was almost deafening, and then all of a sudden, it just stopped. Things really ramped up when my parents decided to go looking for a new place to live. Tired of renting, they decided to start saving for a deposit, which was perfect because a woman connected to the house by family ties was really keen to move in and was just about to get married. To her, this big old house was a dream first home. One day, my dad came back from work to find the whole stairs and the walls covered in what he assumed was honey. Annoyed, he blamed the babysitter and asked her not to put honey on my pacifier in case she rotted my teeth. She denied even having any honey on her, and my dad let it slide. But the walls and stairs were sticky for weeks despite frequent cleaning. The banging got worse too. More birds in the attic, he assured my mother. The lady who was due to move in after we left started sending painters in, and she was dead set on making that grandmaster bedroom into her own room. The painters came 3 times. The first time they painted the walls and ceiling, left it to dry, etc. And when they came back next day, not only was the paint still wet, it was sloughing off the walls in places like an ill-fitting skin. So they shrugged. It was a cold room and scraped the paint off to start again. They opened the windows for air. That room always smelled like turned earth, my dad says, because of the damp and cold. Lit a fire in the grate and tried again. Next day, they return, same thing. Paint just refusing to stick to the walls. They were annoyed this time, starting the job once again. But by the time lunchtime came, they popped their heads into the kitchen, told my mum they'd be back later, and took off unusually quickly. They never came back. They left their paints, brushes, painted clothes, even their radio behind. Dad met them a few days later and asked if they were going to come pick them up, and they waved him off. Don't worry about it. Another painter can take the job. Dad said he asked if they'd seen something, and they went quiet for a second before laughing nervously and heading off in the van. Eventually, we moved out and left the house behind. My dad once met the previous tenants in a restaurant, and they sheepishly asked how he had liked the house, admitting that they could never even walk past the house anymore. My parents didn't mind it much, but when I asked them if they'd ever go in there again, they hesitated. The tenant after us was my dentist growing up, and at one appointment, she gently asked my mother if she had ever seen anything weird, to which my mother laughed and asked what she had seen. The dentist was the owner's sister, and she told my mom that she had lasted just 3 months before she left in the night, one day with her new husband, and handed the keys back to her brother. There was never another tenant. Furthermore, the upper floors have now been boarded up and the stairs removed. Nobody, my dentist said, will ever go upstairs in that house again. The weirdest incident happened after we left, but as none of the 3 of us were there, we always opt to take it with a pinch of salt. The way she told it to my mother, weird things were happening for weeks after they moved. But like my parents, they pretended it wasn't going on. One day, though, they could hear trickling water, even though there was no rain outside. Obviously, in an old house, this is less than ideal, so they started looking for the source. Their search led them to the basement. The basement always scared my dad, a lifelong skeptic, more than any other area of the house, and they didn't tend to go down there pretty much ever, so that was fine. It was larger than the footprint of the actual house and contained a vaulted ceiling, kitchen, and laundry, as well as the servants' quarters and rooms piled high with antiques. At best guess, it's older than the house itself by at least a century and belongs to an earlier building on the site. Anyway, when they opened the door to the basement, they were met with the sight of water running down the back wall, as if the ceiling had split and was allowing a river to run in through the house. Obviously, they panicked, called a plumber immediately, and waited for him to arrive. When he did, they brought him down, but it had been a half hour by now. The 3 of them stood at the foot of the stairs, and when they opened the door, 6 inches of water stayed standing, according to the dentist anyway, at least 3 or 4 seconds. Just enough for it to look totally wrong, but not long enough for anyone to say anything before it rushed over their feet. Well, flooding like this required the fire department to vacuum it out, so they ran upstairs, feet sopping wet, and called for help. When the fire department arrived, they traipsed back down, dreaded finding out how much water had built up by now with everything in the room being so valuable. Opened the door and nothing. The room was dry, there was no water, and there was a layer of dust over everything, just as there had always been. The dentist thought she was going mad, apparently, and the fire department weren't especially impressed with being called out on a joke. Obviously, as my parents never saw anything like this, so they're not sure of what to make of it. But you never know. Details about the history of that part of town could well point to something that weird happening. Whatever was in that house was clearly a poltergeist, but at the same point, it didn't exactly seem to mean any of us any harm. It just liked babies. It's got the house all to itself now, with just the doctor's surgery operating on the ground floor. I hope it's much happier now.
The Man with the Top Hat. Good, bad, or neutral? I recall my friend telling me a story about a man in a top hat that their sister had been seeing in her mirror for the past decade. They didn't know much about the man, whether he's good, bad, or neutral, but they wanted to know if anyone had any information about him. According to their sister, this all started about 10 years ago when she began experimenting with the Ouija board and drugs such as psychedelics, cocaine, and weed. She was also being reckless and taking risks. During this time, she began to see a man in a top hat in her mirror at night. He was all black and he had no face, but he was definitely a man with a top hat. My friend's sister would see him in her bad nights, and even though she moved 4 or 5 times since then, she's still seen him in the mirror at night. In fact, it doesn't take long for him to appear once again. Unfortunately, my friend's sister's life hasn't improved much since, and she's now in a much worse situation than she was a decade ago. There was also an incident where she had a sleepover with a female friend a few years ago. The friend got up to use the bathroom and claims to have seen a man in the mirror as well, although she initially thought it was just a dream. As an AI language model, I don't have any experience with this man, but I can certainly understand why my friend's curious about him. The fact that he's been appearing in the mirror for a decade is concerning, especially since my friend's sister has been seeing him during difficult times in her life. I wonder if there's any correlation between the man in the top hat and the Ouija boards and the drugs that my user sister was interacting with. Perhaps she unwittingly opened up a portal or attracted some sort of entity that's now attached to her. It's certainly possible that this man could be a negative entity that's feeding off of her energy. It might be a good idea to reach out to a paranormal investigator or a spiritual practitioner to get some advice on how to deal with this situation. They might be able to offer some insight into who or what this man could be and how to rid oneself of its presence. Overall, it's a curious and intriguing story, and I can see why my friend's interested in learning more about this mysterious man in the top hat. I hope they find some answers, and that their sister's able to find some peace from this experience. Was my childhood home haunted, or was it just my imagination? When I reflect on my childhood memories, there's one particular experience that still gives me the chills. It was during the time when I was around 4 to 6 years old. I would often wake up to strange noises coming from our kitchen at around 5 a.m. in the morning. The sun had already risen, so it didn't scare me as much as it should have. At first, I thought it was just my parents making breakfast, but the voices I heard weren't theirs. It was a family of 3, a mom, a dad, and their son, who I could hear splashing water and laughing in the kitchen. As a child, I couldn't see into the kitchen from my bedroom, but the voices were loud enough for me to hear them. I remember feeling scared and unsure of what was going on, but the laughter and the joyous sounds coming from the kitchen made me curious at the same time. It was like they were mocking us by wasting our water, which was only adding to the mystery of it all for me. Despite being curious, I never dared to go into the kitchen to investigate. Instead, I would grab my pillow and blanket and run to my parents' bedroom to sleep with them. I felt safer with them, and even though I could still hear the voices, it was reassuring to be near them. Years later, I discovered that my big sister had heard the same voices as well. It was a relief to know that I wasn't the only one who had experienced this. We never talked about it at the time, but it's a topic that came up multiple times since we moved out of that house. The fact that both my sister and I heard the same voices from the kitchen makes me wonder if our childhood home was haunted. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, but if the experience is there and we both had it, I guess that explains why it freaks me out so much to this day. Beginning of a real-life horror movie. About 4 years ago, I had the unfortunate experience of breaking my foot pretty badly. As a result, I had to spend a couple of months in a cast and on bed rest. During that time, I had to stay with my mom since I couldn't do much on my own, really. I was afraid that if I got hurt again, at least my mom could help me. 2 months passed by, and my mom received a phone call from a family friend that my grandmother wasn't doing too well. She was very sick, and the doctors were putting her in hospice care. Then a week after, the call came again, and this time it was to say farewell to Grandma. I spoke to her and told her that I loved her. She couldn't say much, but I know that she was trying to say something back. It was pretty sad and emotional for me. She was in another country, and I was stuck in bed. I literally couldn't do anything. She ended up passing away 2 days later, and my mom was devastated. She had to fly out with family to another country for the funeral arrangements. She was gone for almost a month. Now, I was alone in the house completely. Granted, I was alone at times while she worked, but now it was just me and the cat. A couple of days after she left, I was on my phone in bed. It was around noon when I heard faint steps coming from the living room down the hallway. They had become loud steps walking in from what felt like circles. My heart stopped, and then came the rustling of papers as if someone was going through multiple books, pages being thrown. My first thought was that someone had broken into the house. However, I never heard a door open or a window. I mustered up the courage to get up slowly and grab a crutch. I hopped up as quietly as I could, my phone in my hand with 911 ready on the dial. I peered out of the doorway into the hallway and into the brightly sun-ray lit living room. "The police are on their way," I yelled. Complete silence. The house was empty and there was nothing. I walked out and nothing had been moved or was out of place. I was alone in the house. Then a few days after that, my cousin came over to keep me company. We were sitting at the dining room table, and there was a doorway that led to the basement right beside it. We both turned our heads to the doorway as we heard footsteps making their way upward towards us from the darkness. The footsteps stopped right in front of us. I turned to my cousin, whose eyes were wide open, and said, "What was that?" She screamed, running out of the house. I was there at the table in disbelief with the crutch in my hand. There was nothing there, and I didn't sleep in the house that day. I called my mom and told her what happened, and she said not to worry. It was probably Grandma doing her rounds to say farewell to the family. I felt a little relief since things had never happened at the house before she died. The only thing that worried me, maybe, was that she had never been to the house. But if they can travel in dreams, maybe they can travel to a house too. The house has been silent ever since, though. Be careful what you get from your friends. When I was around 12 or 13 years old, I experienced something that I'll never forget. And it started when my mom received a gift from one of her friends. 2 small diamond-framed paintings. One painting was of a grassy field with long blades of grass swaying in the wind. The other was of a small water well with a lever on the side. My mom decided to place them in the room that my brother and I were staying in. And that night, I had a dream that felt all too real. I was walking down a dark hallway toward a bright light at the end of it. As I got closer and closer, my heart began to panic with fear. When I finally reached the brightly lit empty room, I saw an old woman hanging from the ceiling. Her hair was gray and tied up in a bun, and she was staring directly at me. She called out my name, and her body squirmed as she tried to get it out. With one bony arm free, I began to scream and run. I woke up screaming. My mom was there holding me. She had just come home from work and found me crying and screaming in my sleep. She tried to comfort me, but then she noticed that my brother was also tossing and screaming in his sleep. He woke up crying too, and my mom was confused and worried. I told her about the old lady in my dream, and that's when we heard my dad screaming from the room across from mine. My mom rushed to his room with me close behind, and when we got there, my dad was pointing at the walls. He said that he had a dream that the old lady from the paintings was coming out of them like a snake and slithering back into the wall. My mom's face turned pale, and we couldn't believe that all three of us had dreamed about the same old lady. My mom grabbed the paintings and immediately ran them out of the house. She threw them in the dumpster, and nothing happened after that. My mom later found out that her friend had gotten them from a thrift store, with a couple of other things too. We still wonder what that old lady was, and if there was something wrong with those paintings. This experience has stayed with me forever, and I still get the chills thinking about them. One of my experiences from living in a haunted house. I'm a person who grew up in the 90s in Minnesota. My parents divorced when I was just 8 years old, and every other weekend we would go to my dad's haunted house in East Bethel. This house was no ordinary house. It had every type of ghost you could think of, from a shadow man in a trench coat and a brimmed hat to another separate shadow figure that danced down the hallway. There was also a man dressed to go fishing, a doppelganger of my father, 2 giggling little girl ghosts, and many other unseen entities that haunted the place. The dishwasher, radios, and lights would turn themselves on and off randomly. Loud banging could be heard on the walls and doors. The door handles would jiggle and turn on their own. Feelings of being touched or caressed in the shower were also reported. My father also had an incident where he felt like someone crawled into bed with him in the middle of the night when he was the only one at home. The paranormal activities were just too much to ignore. My uncle reported hearing 2 little girls giggling and singing in the basement one night while sleeping downstairs. Upon awakening the next morning, he discovered that there were no kids in the house that night. There was even a salamander plaque one night. The entire yard was covered in a slimy, slithering salamander mass. It only ever happened once, and while I'm not positive if it's paranormal, it's certainly strange. One Saturday morning, my brother and I were up early watching cartoons, and while visiting my dad, I was 8 years old at the time, my brother was 3. As we sat on the couch, we heard 3 knocking sounds on the wall 5 or 6 feet behind us. Knock, knock, knock. Our heads quickly snapped back to look at the wall where the sound was coming from, but we saw nothing. My brother and I quickly turned to look at each other with frightened eyes, and being the older sister, I tried to be brave and told him it was nothing. As we turned our attention back to the cartoons, my little 8-year-old brain was spinning. What if that banging noise we just heard wasn't just the pipes, as I had been told so many times? What if it was a ghost? I hate when ghost comes around. Hey, why isn't my dad around whenever this happens? As these thoughts are swirling around in my head, we heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. And this time, it was coming from somewhere in the kitchen off to our left. It wasn't as loud as the first time, and the sound was a bit different, like someone was knocking on the kitchen counter instead of the wall. We quickly strained our necks to peek inside the kitchen, with lightning speed to catch whomever or whatever was making that noise, and again there was nothing there. I took a deep breath and pretended to be brave again, telling my brother, "It's nothing, just ignore it." My heart was thumping in my chest and there were butterflies in my tummy as the familiar anxiety grew worse from each passing second. I tucked myself up on the couch in a ball, not wanting my legs to dangle off the edge. I no longer felt safe. Nothing was to be trusted. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the sound was coming from the dining room. I could tell the noise was coming from the wooden dining room table this time. I could see the entire table from where I was sitting with ease, and there was nothing on the table that should be making that noise. No one except my brother and me were awake. And there was no one in the dining room, and no logical reason for this knocking noise that was moving around us. And just then, I realized the knocking sounds had been moving in a big circle around us. If this invisible entity was to move any closer to us, the next logical place for it to be would be in the living room where my brother and I were currently sitting. No sooner than that crossed my mind, it happened again. Knock, 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 and this time the noise was coming from the coffee table, sitting no less than a foot away from us. Instantly, I flipped over on the couch in reverse somersault-like motion and ran at superhuman speed to my father's bedroom. In a panic, I completely left my 3-year-old brother behind to fend for himself. Luckily, he wasn't too far behind. We snuck into our father's room and quietly lay on the floor. Our dad would have been super pissed if we woke him up early on a Saturday morning, even for a ghost. In our commotion, we woke up our 6-year-old sister who was sleeping on her dad's floor too. Us 3 kids always slept on the floor together when we were visiting. So we quietly whispered what had just happened out in the living room to our sister. As we were telling her this story, something caught our eye. We could see a black shadow under the small space between the bottom of the door and the plush carpet. The black shadow was slowly pacing back and forth in the hallway, just on the other side of the bedroom door. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It felt like this shadow was waiting for us. Unfortunately, I don't remember what happened after that point. Somehow the rest of that memory has just been lost with time. But I know for sure we didn't open that door. As an adult, I often wish that I had been brave enough and opened the door. What would have been waiting? Would the entity have entered the room and attacked us? What would we have been shocked and seen? Would we have been confused to have found in that empty hallway? Would that gray shadow just keep pacing, oblivious to our frightened, curious eyes? Living in that house was definitely a challenge, and it was not easy to ignore the paranormal activities happening around us. It was even harder when my dad wasn't around, and my siblings and I were left alone with the ghosts. I often wonder if my family was haunted themselves, or if we were all just suffering from a 12-plus year mass hysteria. Over the years, I've done a lot of research on the home and property, but I couldn't find any evidence of death or tragedy that would account for so much paranormal activity. I even reached out to a previous and current owner to see if they had any strange experiences. The 2 families who lived there previously said they never had any strange experiences. Neither did the family who lived right there after my family. The family currently living there didn't respond to my questions, and in hindsight, I regret even asking them. It wasn't cool of me to even put that in their head. The house in East Bethel remains a mystery to me, and I'm not sure if I want to go back there to revisit the memories. Nonetheless, this experience will always be one of a personal, scary nature to me. Thank you for hearing my story, and I hope it gave you the chills as much as it gave them to me. Freezing cold room in Alaska during the summer. In the summer of 2008, I was 16 years old and living in Fairbanks, Alaska. Although I was born in Anchorage, I grew up in Seattle, Washington, and I frequently visited my grandparents in Fairbanks since I was a child. I had very nice memories there, but this time things were about to change. My grandpa had passed away a few years prior, and my uncle had reached out to my mom, saying that one of her kids needed to come out and help with Grandma's garden. Apparently she had been depressed and couldn't keep up with it anymore. I eagerly volunteered, excited to spend 3 weeks in Fairbanks and work on the garden with my younger cousin. My grandma's house has always been creepy to me, even when I was a young kid. I can't tell you exactly when it was built, but it's old, maybe from the 50s or 60s. It's been a couple of tundra floods, so every single floorboard in the house has a nice creak to it. The front yard is huge with a 100-foot driveway that people used to confuse with a public park. The basement is deep underground with about 30 steps to get down there, very steep. And once you're down there, it's full of vintage dolls, toys, and mannequins and all-around creepy stuff from back in the day. I really believe in the basement being bigger than the main house altogether. My grandma made the basement apartment cozy for me to stay, with my own space being 16 and all. The haunting began the first day I arrived in Fairbanks. My grandma prepared the basement apartment for me to sleep in for the next couple of weeks. The apartment had a 70s style wallpaper and an old lamp, a bed, probably the first digital clock ever created. That night I went to sleep, only to wake up and realize that it was 3 a.m. on the dot. The bed I was laying in was perfectly made, almost like it was ironed on with no creases or anything in the blanket. I didn't think anything of it at the time, just that it sucked to kind of wake up in the middle of the night. And then I realized it was cold as hell, like Antarctica cold, like below 50 degrees cold. I've been in blizzards before, and this was the coldest I'd ever been. My teeth were chattering violently, and I was breathing out huge clouds of air inside my bedroom in the summer. I've heard friends say that it was just air conditioning, but the house for sure doesn't have any AC. Also, I know it's Alaska, but the summer's pretty normal as far as temperature goes, 80s or 90s. After that, things got quiet, like pin drop quiet, and it felt as though the darkness in the corner of the room was closing in. I snatched up all the blankets and pillows in one swoop and bolted out the door. As soon as I was out the door, the temperature went back to normal. I ran for my life, falling multiple times, and slipped and busted my hip twice. Once I got to the stairs, I literally tried to jump up 10 steps and broke 2 of my toes. Almost lost fingernails as well, trying to claw my way up the stairs. And once I got upstairs, I went to sleep on the couch in the living room. My grandma woke me up laughing like, "Oh, you didn't like it down there?" I replied like, "I did, I just like it better up here." I started experiencing unexplained phenomena again, and it was during my college years when I was living in an old dormitory on the campus. It was a classic brick building with a long history and plenty of rumors about ghosts and hauntings. I didn't believe in those kinds of stories at first, but that all changed when strange things started happening to me. It started with small things like objects moving on their own and doors opening and closing and strange noises. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then I started to notice patterns. The occurrences just happened at the time when I was alone in my room, and they became more frequent as time went on. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and as I walked out of my room, I saw a figure standing at the end of the hallway. It was a dark figure with no distinct features, but I knew it wasn't a person. I froze, and the figure started moving toward me slowly. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my mouth. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, the figure was gone. After that experience, I started doing some research on the history of the building. I discovered that there had been a fire in the building in the 1940s. Several students had died. Rumor had it that their spirits still haunted the halls, and some people claimed to have seen apparitions. As the semester went on, the occurrences became more frequent and more intense. I would hear voices whispering in my ear, and I would feel a presence in my room even when there was none there. The worst experience is when I woke up to find that I couldn't move. It was like I was paralyzed, and I felt a weight on my chest like something sitting on me. I tried to scream, but again, no sound came out. I felt like I was being suffocated. It was the scariest experience of my life. And after that night, I knew I couldn't continue living in that dormitory. I moved out as soon as I could, and I never looked back. However, the experience stayed with me and made me more aware of the paranormal world. I started researching more and reading books about ghosts and hauntings, trying to understand what happened to me. It's been years since then, but I still feel uneasy whenever I enter a building or a place with a dark history. I know that the paranormal world is real, and I hope that others can learn from my experience and be prepared if they ever encounter it. Me and my employees saw a kid running in our store during Earth Hour. As a manager of a small retail chain store, I've had my fair share of weird experiences. However, this particular one happened just recently and it left us all stunned. It was a normal day. My employee and I were moving about 13 cartons of beer to the store, and suddenly I heard fast footsteps and saw a figure of a child running from the corner of my eye. My employee was freaking out because he saw it run past his eyesight, but when he took a closer look, it turned out to be a trolley. I shrugged it off and went to my cashier to ask if there was a kid running around. He said that there was only grown men who entered to buy beer. I went back to my employee and told him to just do our job and discuss it later. However, after our shift ended, we talked about seeing a kid running. My cashier insisted that no kid had entered the store during Earth Hour, which was the time when we had seen the figure. Then I decided to ask my store staff to describe the color of the kid's shirt. I counted to 3 and we both said white. I asked if it was a boy or a girl rather, and we both said girl with long hair. Now I know there's a skeptic in here, but from what I've experienced in the store, I truly believe that something in here is messing with us. We've had strange occurrences before, like products falling off shelves and rolling cages and things moving suddenly, but this was the first time I saw an apparition, albeit from the corner of my eye. If I was the only one who saw it, I would have shrugged it off. But my store staff was genuinely freaked out when he saw it too. Anyway, I just wanted to share this real-life story with you guys. And no, we don't have any CCTV access. Only our area manager has that. And besides, the path where we saw it is in a blind spot of any surveillance. Talk about coincidence, huh? Shadow Man and his buddies. When I was 16 years old, I experienced something that still haunts me to this day. It was a stormy night. My little brother and I were alone at home. The thunderstorm was insane and the sky had turned an eerie green color, which I assumed was natural for such storms. However, it had a weird sense of horror or dread that wouldn't go away with it. That's when I felt compelled to look out of one of our living room windows, which revealed 3 cloaked shadow figures floating down my sidewalk and eventually up my driveway. They were all wearing trench coats and fedora hats, and the one in the back was shorter than the other 2. I couldn't see their feet, but the sight of them filled me with panic and I immediately locked myself in my bathroom. That night I developed sleep paralysis, which continued for years. Every time I had an episode, I would see the man in the fedora hat with the red eyes staring at me from the foot of my bed. He never spoke, but his presence was enough to scare me. It wasn't until last summer, when I was 29 years old, that I talked to my mom and brother about the incident. That's when my brother brought up the same night, saying that he remembered the sky turning green and the storm stopping abruptly, making everything still and weird. It was a relief to know that I wasn't the only one who experienced it. I've always wondered if anyone else had dealt with something similar. Was it just my imagination, or was it something real? It's strange to think that all these years I was going insane, but now I have someone who remembers the same incident, something that's left me with more questions than answers. My friend and I heard something last night, and I can't stop thinking about it. Last month, me and a couple of my friends went to explore these old army forts. I've been to this place a lot of times before, but this time was different. We were the only ones there, and as we were exploring one of the bunkers, suddenly we heard a metallic scraping sound coming from one of the openings. We got freaked out and ran out of there as fast as we could. We were relieved that we got away with no incident, but we were unable to explain what we had heard. Yesterday, my friend and I decided to go back to the forts once again, It was dark and nobody else was there. We went there to smoke, and as we were talking, we started to hear a cowbell ringing frantically. I froze and my friend looked off into the distance. Suddenly jumped back into the car. I started freaking out and we drove away as soon as possible. After we had calmed down, we decided to pull over and discuss what had happened. My friend said that when he initially heard the noise, he thought it was nothing, but he looked into the darkness and he saw something shaking really fast, but he couldn't make it out, maybe just a silhouette. He decided to drive back and investigate. We ended up hearing a noise 4 more times in different spots. It was like the sound was moving around. I don't know if what we experienced was paranormal or not, but it definitely creeped us out. We couldn't explain the metallic scraping sound from the last time, and now this cowbell ringing out of nowhere. It's just too weird. Maybe it's just our imagination, but we couldn't shake off the feeling that we were being watched. All I know is that I'm not going back there anytime soon. Woman with Goat Legs. I always loved listening to stories, especially the ones that gave me the chills. One such story I heard was when I was a kid, and it stayed with me till today. So the other day, I was talking to my grandma about it, and she shared some more detail that I wasn't aware of before. The story was about our neighborhood, and someone who used to work as a baker when he was younger, and as a baker, he had to wake up very early in the morning around 4 a.m. to prepare fresh bread and pastries for the day. And one morning he was on his usual path, passing a wooden bridge, when he suddenly heard some steps behind him. The steps sounded like hooves. And as he turned around, he saw a tall and very beautiful woman standing behind him. But as he looked down, he saw the woman had goat legs. He had startled and frightened her, and ran away as fast as he could. I was always fascinated by this story, and so I decided to research it a bit further. I found some old forums where people from the Balkans were sharing similar stories about the same entity. They all described the same creature, tall and incredibly beautiful, with goat legs. But I was surprised to learn that it was an old Slavic pagan mythology to it too. There were elves that were described exactly like the one our neighborhood had been seeing. As I delved deeper into the mythology, I learned that these creatures were known as Villa or Samovilla, and they were considered to be a forest spirit that could also shapeshift. They would also be depicted as beautiful women with goat legs, and they had the power to control nature. In some legends, they were also known to help people, but in others, they could be malicious and cause harm. The more I read about these creatures, the more intrigued I became. I was fascinated to learn about the different mythologies and beliefs that existed in our culture. I couldn't help but wonder if there were more stories like this that were yet to be discovered. Overall, the story of the baker and the goat-legged woman is just one of my many fascinating tales that exist in our culture. It's incredible how these stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have continued to captivate us with their mysterious and supernatural elements. Was it a ghost? I recently took up a ghost-sitting job at a huge old mansion, and everything seemed fine until last night when something strange happened. Yesterday morning, I woke up at the crack of dawn for a workout class and returned around 6 a.m. to find a light on in the hallway that I had no recollection of leaving on, nor could I figure out how to switch it off. I brushed it off initially and thought maybe I just hit it by mistake. And while we were going upstairs to shower, maybe that was it. But later on in the night, around 11 p.m., as I was getting ready to sleep, things started to get really weird. I'm afraid of spiders and I'm claustrophobic, so I'd been sleeping on the couch instead of the basement like the homeowners requested. I had the bathroom light on, and I couldn't turn off the mysterious light from earlier, so I went to bed with both lights on. However, I woke up in a state of panic around 1:30 a.m. with my heart racing and feeling like someone was watching me. I looked up to see nothing out of the ordinary, so I began to calm down. But then I noticed that all the lights I'd left on were all off. This realization hit me hard, and I leapt up to the couch in a frenzy and turned all the lights back on. After sitting with the lights on for a few minutes, I heard creaking noises coming from upstairs, like someone was walking stealthily to avoid making a noise. And that was it for me. I was out of there in a flash, and I ended up going back to my own house to sleep. Honestly, I don't know what happened with the lights or what those creaking sounds were upstairs. The whole thing was terrifying, and I have no explanation for what happened. Weird creaky sound in the midnight, coming from the top of the roof in the sky. 3 years ago, I was in the middle of preparing for my class. It was the final exam for class 10. It was around 1 p.m., and I was fully engrossed in my studies. But before I go on to describe what happened, let me set the scene for you. I live in an apartment on the top floor, which means that the floor above me is just an open terrace. There's only one other house on this floor, which is where I live, and the other half is open to the sky. People usually come up to the terrace to get some fresh air or to dry their clothes. However, at this time of the incident, there was no one outside as it was midnight. The house I live in has 2 doors, a wooden one and a steel bar gate. In between these 2 gates, there's a small room where I keep my shoes and other stuff. If I step up out of my door and take 3 steps forward, I can look through the gate and see out of my door. So that night, as I was studying, I heard a sound coming from outside. It was like someone was pulling a creaky trolley or a vehicle, which was making a slow, constant noise. At first, I thought someone was outside, but after a minute or so, I wondered why the sound was still going on. It seemed strange to me that someone would just keep pulling a trolley for such a long time. Well, curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate. I opened the door and went near the gate to see what was going on. To my surprise, there was no one out there. The sound was coming from above, about 8 or 9 feet above the ground. I wasn't able to see what was making the noise because I was at an angle above my vision, around 80 degrees above my head. However, I could sense that it was coming from the top of my head particularly, and it felt like something creaky was flying above me. I was too afraid to go out and see what it was. It was already around 1 a.m. and the sound was not stopping. I just stayed inside my house and listened to it, and eventually the sound faded away like a moving object going away from me. I couldn't figure out what it was, and my parents didn't believe me either. They said that it couldn't have been rats pulling or something like that. But when I went out, there was nothing there. Even if it was rats, I should have been able to hear the sound coming from the bottom. But the sound was coming from the top of the roof, and it went on for like 4 or 5 minutes before fading away. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something else entirely. The first thing that came to mind was a UFO, but I couldn't be sure. It was a strange experience that left me feeling uneasy for a long time. Saw a face in the closet. This is a story that I will never forget because it happened to me. It was in 2015, shortly after my baby cousin was born. My aunt and her boyfriend had just moved into a 1-story house, and they asked me to stay with them for a few days to help with the baby. I'd never been to this house before, so I was excited to see it. The house was pretty old, but it seemed like a pretty nice place to stay. There were 6 of us in the house, including the baby, and 2 pets, a cat and a small Pomeranian dog. Everything was going well until one night, something came. I was trying to sleep, but I kept hearing strange noises. It sounded like someone was banging on the walls, scratching at the doors, and talking in hushed tones. I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but it was too hard. The noises kept getting louder, and I started to feel uneasy. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang on the door in front of me. I looked up and saw a child-sized handprint on the door. It hadn't been there before, and it was just weird because there were no kids in the house except for the 2-year-old baby. I took a picture of it with my phone and decided to show it to my friend later as proof that I wasn't making this shit up. But then things got even more creepy. As I took the photo, I saw a face smiling creepily at me through the glass in the closet behind the front door. It was so scary that I couldn't even scream, I just froze. The next morning, I woke up and looked at the photo, and I was terrified to see that the handprint wasn't the only thing in the picture. I could see the creepy face, and it looked like it was trying to say something to me. I felt like something was watching me, and I knew that I had to leave that house as soon as possible. When I showed that picture to my family, they didn't believe me. They told me that it was just a reflection of the Pomeranian dog in the glass. But I knew what I saw, and it was not a dog. I still have the picture to this day, and it still creeps me out every time I look at it. Later on, my aunt told me that an older man had died in that house a few years ago. I wish she had told me before I stayed there, because I would have never came. I'm just glad to be moving on from that house, and I hope that no one else experiences what I did. Ghost Kitty. Living in my over 100-year-old house, I can't help but notice the presence of a ghost kitty. I've named her She because I think I know who she is. I often feel her rubbing against my ankles, and I see her out of the corner of my eye, but my living cats are nowhere near me. She's even come in to sleep on my bed, and I can feel a small weight on my bed and little feet padding coming across the comforter to cuddle next to me. But when I try to pet her, there's no one there. I became curious about who this ghost kitty was and who it could be. I decided to ask my elderly neighbor, who was one of the few remaining people who knew of the previous owners and the house and all that stuff. He told me that the woman who originally lived there was a cat lover and had a gray and white tuxedo kitty named Sheba. Sheba was very old when her owner passed away, and my neighbor took care of her while things were being sorted out. Unfortunately, Sheba passed away within a week of her owner passing. It seems that Sheena had never left this house, and I believe that she had become a ghost kitty that roams around the house. Interestingly, I also feel the presence of the original owner in the kitchen, specifically. However, Sheba is the only one that roams around the house like a typical feline. Although I've gotten used to her presence, it can still be startling when I hear her around me, and I do find it comforting that Sheba and her owner are still around for some way, keeping an eye on the house that they love so much. Maybe the 20th time I've seen a girl shadow at night. As a child, I had a few experiences with ghosts, particularly with this little girl, and since then I've become a light sleeper. Last night around 3 a.m., I was sound asleep when I heard some movement. I woke up, and to my surprise, I saw a little girl crouching and staring at a controller on the floor. I tilted my head to get a better look, but as soon as she saw me, she dashed into the hallway without making any noise. I was left perplexed and scared. I stayed up until 5 a.m., afraid that the little girl might come back. This isn't the first time something like this has happened to me while staying at my mother's house. I'm currently here because of a divorce. The first incident happened back in November when I was talking with my sister. I was standing in the hallway, and she was in the doorway, and suddenly the little girl with curly blonde hair ran from right to left behind my sister. I only saw her head and her hair and part of her shoulder. As I was looking at my sister, we both froze, and I asked my sister if she saw it, and she said no, but she felt footsteps behind her as if someone was passing by. These experiences left me feeling uneasy and scared, and I don't know who this little girl is or why she keeps appearing to me. I'm not sure if I want to know. All that I know is that I'm having trouble sleeping and that I feel like someone's watching me. I hope that these incidents stop soon and that I can get some peace of mind. Did not realize my neighbor's mother passed away the day before I saw her in their window. 3 years ago, I moved into a house right in front of my neighbor who's in her mid-40s and lives with her mother who's in her 70s. They're fun people, and they invite me and my kids to get all-togethers and have occasions together. I've met her mother multiple times, and she was always a vibrant woman with a smile on her face. Last Friday, I returned home from a business trip and I saw my neighbor's mother sitting in her usual niche by the dining room window. It was dark outside and I could see her backlit shadow, so I waved and she quickly waved back. I thought nothing of it and proceeded to go inside my house. I didn't see my neighbor's car in the driveway, which I found strange because she never left her mom alone due to the risk of falling. Her mother had already fallen a few times and even broke her hip once. Well, the next morning I saw my neighbor and casually asked her how her mom was doing. Then she informed me that her mother had passed away on Thursday morning, that she hadn't seen since. And I was out of town when they were telling the news to people. I was frozen with shock. I didn't tell her that I'd just seen her mother sitting in her usual spot the evening before. But I still get goosebumps thinking about it and wonder if it was really her mother's spirit watching over her house. It's a haunted thought, but it could be comforting to think that her mother is still keeping eyes on things from the other side. Ghosts in the workplace. This story is something that I personally experienced with my mom and her friend at a pub where my mom works as a manager. It all took place on a Friday night, which meant that it had been quite busy due to the karaoke event that was going on. The DJ had packed up and left his equipment there to collect the next day, but he had left everything unplugged. Once the pub had shut, I came down from the upstairs flat to help my mom clean up. She was telling me how busy she was when all of a sudden her friend let out a blood-curdling scream. Naturally, we both turned around to see what was happening and we saw my mom's friend standing still, looking very shaken up. She then told us that she felt her apron rise up and someone whispered into her ear. Initially, we brushed it off as just her imagination or a prank. However, things started to get weirder as my mom was cashing up until then. She suddenly heard someone whisper her name into her ear, which really spooked her out. And at this point, she accused one of us of playing a prank on her, but we just ignored it and continued with our work. Then out of nowhere, the DJ equipment started buffering, and it began playing quiet music. I turned it off, but I didn't realize it was meant to be unplugged until 2 hours later when we were on our way home. The pub where my mom works has many other strange things happening there as well. For example, glasses have been known to fly off their shelves, and on the CCTV cameras, clear orbs can be seen flying across the screen. And on several occasions, these orbs have brushed past bar staff, and my mom and even customers, causing them to react as though they're being touched. All these experiences left me feeling quite unnerved about the pub. I don't like staying there at late night anymore. I guess some places are just haunted. There's not much you can do about it. Precognitive dreams. I had a series of very strange dreams that I just can't explain. It all started in December 2020, about a week before New Year's Eve. I had a dream that I was in a hotel that I'd only visited once during my lifetime. And strangely, I didn't see any people in my dreams, but I felt the presence of my late grandmother, who passed away in 2018, and my girlfriend at the time. It was as if they were there but couldn't see them. Suddenly the scenery changed, but I found myself walking in town. My phone rang, and it was my girlfriend. And she started the conversation with the word, "Sweetie, we have a plan for New Year's." It was a bit odd, and then I woke up. After a few days, my girlfriend called and said that she had arranged to celebrate New Year's Eve at her friend's house, and she started the conversation the same way that it was in my dream. I told her about the dream, and she said that I had a very strong intuition. I didn't know what to think about it, but it was weird. Another strange thing happened a week or two later in January. In my dream, I was sitting in the living room. My father asked me if I'd bought bread from the bread shop where I buy bread every day. I said that I'd overslept, but it was already closed when I got there. Then when I woke up, I went and checked my phone, saw a couple of messages and calls from my father. My sister and I were the only ones home at that time, and my phone was on silent, and I called my father back, and he asked me if I had bought bread. I said that I didn't, and that I just woke up. After that, I checked the clock and it showed 12:50, and the bread shop closes at 13. It was an unusual occurrence because I never sleep later than 9 a.m. I got ready and went to the bread shop to find it closed. The last strange thing happened last week. One of my colleagues at work had a husband who had bypass surgery, and he was in the hospital. That night, I had a dream of my heart stopping out of nowhere. I had to drink coffee to keep it working. It was like fighting for my own life. My heart would stop and I'd try to get it back. The next morning, the woman wasn't at work. Everyone was talking about her husband, who had died during the night after many unsuccessful attempts of defib. It was a bit spooky, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was some connection between my dream and the woman's loss. All in all, these dreams were quite strange and unexplainable. I can't help but wonder if there's something more to them, something beyond my understanding. I think I saw the actual Men in Black. I don't know how to feel. This story sends chills down my spine whenever I think about it. It happened a few years ago when I was 17 years old. It was summer and my family and I were on our way to visit my uncle, who had a small beach house. To get to his house, we had to pass through a large stretch of forest that seemed to go on for about an hour or so. And the sun had risen and was casting a beautiful light on everything. And that's when things started to get strange. My dad turned off his music to check the GPS, and I looked out at the forest, and I noticed that we were the only car on the road, not a single car in front of us or behind us. For a moment, I thought it was strange because it was a very populated area in Oregon and in the middle of the summer, yet we were the only car on the road for an hour and a half. As I kept staring out at the forest, something caught my eye. A clearing opened up, and I saw two men dressed in black suits, black sunglasses, black gloves, and black shoes. They were tying a big, hairy creature to a tree. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and they were looking at me. Not the car, me. It was like they knew I had seen them. I was terrified and asked my dad if he had seen them, but he seemed confused and he didn't see a thing. He was too focused on driving and checking the GPS. I've never believed in strange things like this, but I still can't explain what I saw. The creature wasn't lashing around or freaking out, and to make it worse, as soon as we left the forest and joined the other cars, everything seemed normal again. It was like I just stumbled into a crime scene, and it still haunts me. I've often wondered if anyone else has had a particular experience that was similar to this, or if I can just chalk it up to an hyperactive imagination. Regardless, it was a terrifying experience that I will never forget. I saw a demon dragging a big cage. Let me tell you about a terrifying experience that happened to me 2 years ago when I was still living with my parents. I woke up in the middle of the night, not knowing what time it was, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a tall figure standing beside my bed. It was so close to me that I could feel its breath on my face. I could see that its body and head were extremely black, making it impossible for me to see its face. However, I could tell that it was wearing a long black coat. What made this experience even more chilling was that the figure was dragging a big cage behind it. The cage was so big that it was touching the ground, and the strangest thing was that it was empty. I was sharing the bedroom with my two siblings, but they were both sound asleep. I couldn't wake them up no matter how hard I tried. The demon simply walked away and disappeared into thin air, and in that moment, I just knew that it was a demon, although I can't explain why I had that intuition. Perhaps it was the aura of darkness and evil that surrounded the figure, but whatever it was, it left me paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move or speak until it was completely gone. After that night, I couldn't sleep well for a long time. The image of the demon in the empty cage haunted me for days, and I was scared to close my eyes at night. Even though I knew that I'd been through a bad dream, the fear and unease that I felt were very real, and to this day I still can't explain what happened, and I pray that I never experience anything like that ever again. It started with 3 knocks. Let me tell you about an experience I had a few years ago when I was 17. At that time, I moved in with my boyfriend at his parents' house. He had been suffering from night terrors for many years, and I'd known about it for 5 years. He would wake up in a bad mood, and after a few minutes of heavy breathing during his night terrors, his mood would be withdrawn and irritable, and it would take a while for him to level out and become approachable. He had severe insomnia, and this made him sleep very few hours over the course of the day. We'd been living there for a few months, and everything seemed normal. Some days I would wake up and see open cabinets and drawers in the kitchen, but I thought it was just someone forgetting to close them after a midnight snack. Until one morning, I joked with his mom about the opening cabinets, and she nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, that's just the shadow people. They do that all the time," followed by telling me about how her and her husband had seen them in different areas of the house on multiple occasions. But since I hadn't experienced anything there myself, I just laughed it off. Our bed was against the inside wall of the house beside the door from the hallway. One day I decided to do some spring cleaning and rearrange the bedroom furniture. I pushed the bed against the outside wall next to the window and pulled the TV stand next to the foot of the bed. When my ex came home, we ate and took turns having showers. When I went to open the door to the bedroom, the handle didn't turn. I thought he was playing a joke on me, so I tried twisting the handle back and forth multiple times, but it stayed stationary. When the latch finally released, I pushed the door open with such force that I stumbled into the room, only to see my ex playing Xbox with his headset on, sitting 15 feet away from the door, and wondering why it looked like I had just fell in. That was the first time I felt like something could be in the house. The knock started at the fall. We were having some strong winds accompanied by cold rain. There was only one other one in the house that shared the dead-end road at the top of the hill where we lived. It was late in the evening and the rain knocked the satellite out. So we got out some DVDs and put on a movie. We both heard scratches on the walls from the shrubs and trees and the leaves hitting the sides of the windows. Then 3 faint knocks came from the wall to the right of the bed. This was an exterior wall at the front of the house, so we decided that it was the wind, probably. Some minutes passed and we heard 3 more knocks come from the wall next to the closet, an interior wall with a large shared dresser along it. We decided to recreate the sound by knocking on the wall behind us just to confirm that the noise that we heard was coming from there. Less than a minute later, 3 clear knocks came from the wall directly behind us. We knocked 3 times back, then the knocks started coming from what seemed like all the walls at once. They were much faster and louder this time and seemed to have no pattern at all, as they were coming from everywhere, but it was not natural. Just as fast as they came, it all stopped. We told his parents, who came into the room and knocked 3 times on the wall. We got the echo back. Back to the night terrors. Since I'd figured out when he was having an episode, I began waking up to heavy breathing and slight twitching, so I'd calmly try to soothe him with a quiet voice and tell him it's okay. And that's where I was. He told me that it helped, so I decided to pray a little bit. I asked him what he liked, and he only told me about the things he used to see, and they were always different when he was younger, but more recently, it was recurring regularly. He wouldn't describe what it looked like, but just that it got closer to him every night, and he was afraid of what might happen if it got close enough to touch him. He woke up once and told me that it would lay down next to him, and he was completely distraught because it was the closest that it had ever been to him. But he said it couldn't touch him when I'm around because it's afraid of you. I didn't know what he meant by that, but I told him that it should be. That's when I began to notice movements. It started with dresser drawers being open in the mornings and after we left the room. I thought maybe the drawer slides were just wearing out from use and were popping back open. But it was always in a different room in a different drawer. If I noticed 3 drawers open in the morning, I'd close them and go about my day, yet different ones than before would open when I came back. Sometimes they were slightly cracked and others would be pulled all the way to the end. A few times, we caught them opening after we closed them. We tried every way we could think of for the possibility that it wasn't us, and that they weren't being closed correctly in the first place, causing them to roll back. Then one time when my ex was napping, the drawers started to open. I noticed his heavy breathing and panicked REM state, so I tried soothing him with my voice, which seemed to calm him down, but then I noticed an empty pop and a can from the TV stand started to rock side to side. It was slow at first and then began to move so fast it seemed like it was vibrating. As it was getting worse, so was his breathing, so I looked at it and shouted in my mind for it to stop, and as soon as I thought it, the can stopped, and he was back to peaceful sleep. I used to be a regular lucid dreamer, but I've never had sleep paralysis or any sort of experience like this. The same night as the wobbly can, I was sleeping curled up on my bed and facing in a downward spiral toward the door, when I saw an entity. It stood in the doorway, taller than the frame, with the shadow or misty-looking body and a face whiter than anything I'd seen before. No discernible facial features, just as if the whiteness was light being pulled into it or through it, almost like a tunnel. It seemed like I could feel it better than I could see it. It felt like rage, it felt like anger and sadness, stronger than I've ever felt in my life. Before I could make sense of what was happening, I felt myself stand directly up out of my body and point at the creature and yell at the top of my lungs, "I command you in the name of Jesus Christ to leave this house." I looked down and saw my ex sleeping beside me, and as quickly as I had stood up, I fell straight back into my body and into my most peaceful sleep. When I woke up, my ex was sitting and watching TV. I looked at him and asked him what the thing looked like from his sleep paralysis, and he told me he didn't want to talk about it, but it would be easier to draw it. He got a notebook and drew exactly what I had seen at that point, and I immediately got the chills and started crying when he showed it to me. He asked me if I'd seen it, and I told him what had happened, and neither of us had seen it since, until he came home from the military. It had been a few years since I had last been seeing my ex-boyfriend, the one who had the night terrors and lived in the haunted house. We had gone our separate ways after our time together in that house, but he recently reached out to me, wanted to reconnect and catch up on old times. I was hesitant at first, but eventually agreed to meet up. We sat down at a local cafe and started chatting about our lives since we last spoke, and he had joined the military and had been stationed overseas for a while. I told him about my job and my recent move to the new city, and it was all very normal and mundane until he brought up the house. He told me that after he came back from military deployment, he decided to visit his parents and stay at the house for a few days. He said that everything seemed normal at first, but then he started experiencing some strange things. He would hear footsteps in the hallway at night, but when he went to investigate, there was no one there. He would feel a cold breeze brush past him, even though all the windows were closed. And then one night he saw it again, the entity. He described it exactly as I had seen it all those years ago. The misty body, the white face, the overwhelming feeling of rage and sadness. He said that it stood in the doorway of his old bedroom and just stared at him. He couldn't move, he couldn't speak, couldn't do anything but stare back at it. It was like time had stopped. Eventually, the entity disappeared. My ex-boyfriend was left alone in the room, shaking and sweating. He didn't know what to do, so he just lay there in bed, waiting for the morning to come. When he finally got up and went downstairs, he saw that the kitchen cabinets were all open, just like they used to be when we lived there. He knew then that the entity was still in the house, still haunting it. He hasn't been back since. He said that he couldn't handle it anymore, that the memories and the fear were just too much, and I don't blame him. I knew firsthand how terrifying that particular house could be. As we finished our coffee and said our goodbyes, I couldn't help but wonder if the entity was still there, if it was still haunting that old house, and if it was, I hoped that it wouldn't harm anyone else who happened to cross his path. What did I have an encounter with? It was a typical day, and I decided to take a nap in the afternoon. I lay down on my bed, and my loyal companion Tara lay on the floor next to me. Suddenly, I noticed a strange phenomenon. There was a sphere-shaped flying cloud with a diameter of around 30 centimeters floating through the air. It came in through the door and disappeared into the wall. The cloud was moving at a slow but precise speed. I couldn't help but watch it in awe. Initially, I thought I might just be hallucinating because it seemed like such a surreal experience. However, Tara also noticed the strange object and got up to stare at it with me, indicating that it was real. I didn't feel scared or anything negative. I was just curious and intrigued by what was happening. As I lay down to take my nap, I kept an eye out for the mysterious sphere for it to reappear. However, after a few minutes, I didn't see it again. I eventually fell asleep, pondering the strange event that had just occurred. What was that whistle? When I was just a young lad of around 9 years old, I started experiencing incredibly strange and disturbing phenomenon that would occur during the night. Every single night, I would hear this ear-piercing whistle that would start off faint and distant, but then gradually get closer and closer until it was right next to my ear. The sound was so annoying and unbearable that I couldn't help but cover my ears with my blankets, hoping that it would somehow muffle the sound. Despite my desperate attempts to block out the sound, I still couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was off. One morning after another sleepless night of dealing with the incessant whistle, I decided to ask my family if they had been hearing it too, and to my surprise, everyone denied hearing anything out of the ordinary. I was baffled and confused. Was I the only one who could hear it? This strange occurrence continued to happen for 2 weeks straight. Each night I'd be jolted awake by the obnoxious sound, and each morning my family would act like nothing was out of the ordinary. It was like I was living in a different reality altogether. One fateful night, however, I finally reached my breaking point. The whistle was louder and grating more than ever before, and I simply couldn't take it anymore, so I summoned up all the courage I had and got out of bed. I walked over to my bedroom window and slowly opened it, all the while bracing myself for what I might find. But to my surprise, there was nothing there. No source of the whistle, no shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. It was just me, my window, and the stillness of the night. As I stood there taking it all in, the whistle slowly faded away until it was no more. From that night on, I never heard that sound again. I still don't have any answers for what it could have been or where it came from, but I do know one thing for certain. That experience will always stay with me, haunting me with its eerie mystery. Unexplained light flash. A few years ago, I had a strange experience with my sister that I'll never forget. We were both lying in bed, scrolling through our phones, when we saw something that we couldn't explain. It was a flash of light, almost like a camera flash, that came from one side of the room. At first, we both ignored it, hoping that it was just one of us accidentally taking a Snapchat selfie with the wrong camera. But as the seconds ticked by, we couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next day, we talked about what had happened. The flash had come from where the bedroom door was, but the door was shut. It was close to the ceiling, and there were no outlets or windows in that area. The blinds were shut on the opposite side of the room, so there was no chance that it was headlights of a passing car.